earthly for centuries, lived in strangeness for years, sung as a hymn for days, exalted but for an hour, but the hour is treasured by eternity as a dream.
Please welcome to the stage Bloomberg's Haslinda Amin and Jumana Bersetchi.
Your Highness, Your Excellencies, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 4th edition of the Qatar Economic Forum powered by Bloomberg under the patronage of the Emir of Qatar, His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani. I'm Haslinda Amin.
And I'm Jumana Bersetchi. Sabah al-Khair. أود أن أحييكم جميعا وأرحب بكم في منتدى قطر الاقتصادي.
in Qatar Economic Forum. Thank you, Your Highness, and thank you all for your participation. I would like to remind you that you can use the translation equipment available in front of you.
I'd like to remind you that your translation units are on your seats, should you need them.
We are living through unprecedented uncertainty, conflict in the Middle East and Europe, stubbornly persistent inflation, supply chain fragmentation, rise of economic statecraft, and the constant threat of climate change. Now, trends that could reshape the global order.
And as we gather here today, it is clear that this region, a conduit between the East, the West, and Africa, is not only an economic growth engine, but also a key player in today's shifting geopolitical landscape.
Over the next 3 days, we'll be speaking to policymakers, CEOs, and thought leaders on how they plan to solve some of the most important economic and business challenges facing all of us.
And up next, I am very honored to introduce the Prime Minister and the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the State of Qatar, His Excellency Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdulrahman Al Thani.
In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate, Your Highness, Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, may the peace and grace of God be upon you. I welcome you in the 4th edition of Qatar Economic Forum, held under the topic, A World Remake, Navigating the Year of Uncertainty, to tackle together the challenges and look for solutions for the future generations, building on the opportunities that we have in our region and in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, we meet today and our world is witnessing crises and challenges. It barely came out of COVID-19 and we found ourselves facing wars that are impacting every single detail of our lives. These wars are being held or witnessed in different areas of the world. The Russian-Ukrainian war in Europe, Sudan, in Africa, and what we are witnessing in Gaza Strip. The humanitarian crisis has increased and led to thousands of of death among women, children, and many innocent. The state of Qatar was among the first who warned against the risks of the expansion of this crisis and this war. The world was unable to put an end to it. The repercussions reached the Red Seas, which affected the world navigation that is already struggling. The different challenges resulting from the multiple compounded crises impose on the states to work on improving economic conditions, because this shall contribute to more stability. This is what Qatar has been able to achieve, given the wisdom of His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, his wisdom that is reflected in Qatar National Vision 2030. This has allowed the country to face multiple challenges, reaching the flexibility that is a characteristic of the economy in Qatar, and puts it at the international level, in addition to its richness in natural resources and human resources. The Qatar economy has pursued growth, and we have stable GDP. We have witnessed a growth equal to 1.60%, in addition to an increase and an enhancement of the different indices with the adoption of a flexible economic strategy. Excellencies, with our work towards the last phase of the Qatar National Vision 2030, we will work on diversifying the Qatari economy with the support of the private sector in Qatar and in the world, along with investment motives and incentives to be among the top 10 countries for businesses. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Qatar is moving towards a digital transformation by increasing its investment in technology, in innovation, and AI. Therefore, the state has adopted 9 billion Qatari riyal incentives to achieve its programs. Qatar, for the first time in the Middle East and North Africa, is organizing the Web Summit to increase partnership with the different entrepreneurs in technology from around the world. At the margin of this summit, we launched the project Abda Start, where more than 250 startups have enrolled. I am also pleased in this occasion to announce the launch of FENAR, the AI project in the Arab world, which collects high-quality data. It will enhance the different linguistic programs and enrich the Arab language. By 2030, the state of Qatar, with the expansion of the North Field, would have expanded its production to 142 billion tons annually. Ladies and gentlemen, we are proud that the state of Qatar is an opportunity for an economic opportunity land that many from around the world are benefiting from. It is a basis for success of the region, so that everyone could benefit from the welfare. We are hopeful that our peoples are able to overcome the different challenges we face. And in Qatar, we are committed to change for a better future for us all. We are looking forward to benefiting from the different opportunities. Thank you all, and I wish you a good welcome and stay in Qatar.
Please welcome to the stage His Excellency Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdulrahman Al Thani, Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the State of Qatar, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Francine Lacroix.
Prime Minister, thank you so much for your address. Thank you so much also for being here. I'm looking forward to talking about some of the opportunities and some of course, the things that you'll do economically, but I think we really need to start with the conflict in the region. Qatar has really played a crucial and active role in negotiations between Hamas and Israel since October 7th. How are those negotiations going?
Well, it's been actually a very long process, and especially in the past few weeks, we have seen some momentum building, but unfortunately, things didn't move in the right direction. And right now, we are in a status of almost a stalemate. Of course, what happened with Rafah has set us backward a little bit. I think, you know, there are a lot who are not understanding the nature of this conflict and mediation, and there is a lot of misconception about it, because if we will look at it, when there are two parties who want to agree on something, you need to agree on the baseline first of all. And I believe that what we are seeing, there is a fundamental difference between the two parties. There is one party who wants to end the war and then talk about the hostages. There is another party who wants the hostages and wants to continue the war. And as long as there is no any commonality between those two things, it won't get us to a result. I believe it's very important for all of us right now to see what's happening with all this destruction that's happened in Gaza. Enough is enough. We need to stop the war. We need to focus on the future. What's the catastrophe in Gaza, actually, if you look at it, most of the reports saying that it will need 40 to 50 billion to rebuild it until 2040. So the amount of destruction, we didn't see much of it. Only what we see on screens probably will not represent more than 10-20% of what's really there happening. And of course, you know, adding to this the risks of the spillover of the war, and we have seen, you know, the region became a very turbulent region, whether it's on the Red Sea, in Lebanon, and this risk is just going to increase as long as the war is ongoing.
But, Prime Minister, more immediately, do you see any silver lining? And how does the current fighting completely stop?
Well, we believe that the best way for us, that's what we'll be calling for, that to reach an agreement where we recognize that the ceasefire is required now. We need to stop the killing. We need to stop this atrocities that's happening. And of course, to negotiate a deal for the hostages. I think that if those two elements aligned, we believe we can have a deal, you know, in just in a matter of days. But as I mentioned to you, probably there is no clarity how to stop the war from the Israeli side. I don't think that they are considering this as an option. And there is also, you know, unfortunately, like a stereotype, even when we are talking about a deal and potential leading to a potential ceasefire, a lot of politicians are, you know, retracting us by their statements that they will remain there, they will continue the war. And there is no clarity on what Gaza will look like after this.
So there's not much hope there.
Well, I'm always hopeful, so I cannot say that there is no much hope. Of course, we will keep trying, we will keep pushing, but it's at the hands of the parties at the end of the day. Once they are willing, they will find us helping and facilitating and bridging the gaps.
Do you see Qatar as continuing having a role in these negotiations?
Well, we didn't stop. We had actually some challenges in the past few weeks. We did a reassessment of the attitude as well. I mean, also we didn't want to be used or abused as a mediator. And to make it very clear for everyone, our job is limited to our mediation role. That's what we will do. That's what we will continue to do. Of course, whenever we are needed, we are stepping up. We were needed in the last 2 weeks in helping in the negotiations, and I believe we made a very good progress in the last round.
Prime Minister, there has also been talk about Qatar asking Hamas leaders that reside in Doha to leave. What's your country's stance on this?
Well, there is actually, there are a lot of speculations about this. And basically, if we look at this specific issue, we need just, to understand the backgrounds. When Hamas started their presence here in Doha back in 2012, it was for a reason. It was to serve as a political office for them to create a communication channel between them, the Israelis, the Americans, everyone. And this channel proven to be effective. I mean, if you look at different conflicts from 2014 all the way until now, this office played a key role in it, including the hostage release that unfortunately a lot of politicians have forgotten. Around 109 hostages been released because of the mediation that's been facilitated and mediated by Qatar. And it was the only hostage release that happened throughout the war, not by the military action or not by pressuring or doing so. And we believe that as long as the war is ongoing and there is a need for the communication, there is nothing to be entertained in that area. Our view here in Qatar that we need to be, accessed for different parties to resolve conflicts. We are not parties of the conflict. Like our principles, our policies in support of the Palestinian people will never change. Our policy in having a two-state solution will never change, and nothing will compromise it. And as long as we are, having the capability to be helpful, we will do it. We did that between Afghanistan, between Taliban and the US. We did that between different parties in Lebanon, in Sudan, and others. And that's basically the core of our foreign policy. It's been built based on mediation, on trying to help in resolving conflicts between the parties. There are countries or people might not like it, but we don't ask everyone to like it, just to understand it.
But Prime Minister, and you allude to this, there was wide regional consensus, right, behind the events that led actually to Hamas relocating to Doha, including the US. Do you see those dynamics changing?
We don't see any change. Right now, everyone is focused on the current mediation. Everyone is focused on how to get to a result to end the war and to get the hostages back.
So on the rebuilding, under what circumstances would Qatar contribute to the rebuilding of
This is actually, it's still a premature question because no one is talking about the day after from our perspective in a realistic manner. There are multiple views you are hearing here and there. We believe in one Palestinian government that should be in charge of West Bank and Gaza. And this Palestinian government should be built on consensus between the Palestinians and to lead the transition of the country. Whether this will be allowed by the Israelis, and we have seen the statements by the Israeli government that they don't want the PA even to be there. And I think that if we will end the war in a state where the country is destroyed, no vision for it, no vision for the PA to go in, it will be very difficult not only for Qatar but for the rest of the world to step in and to invest in unknown. That will remain a challenge. So we always encourage, and we are working together with our Arab partner, what we call it the Committee of Six Arabs, and the US, in order to try to think about what's the best way to transition to the day after in a way that will not actually affect the Palestinian people, will not affect the Palestinian cause, and will not undermine the Palestinian Authority.
Prime Minister, can you touch on some of the investment plans actually for Qatar? Are there any regions or actually sectors that you find particularly exciting right now?
Well, we are very much, actually, our focus in terms of the sovereign wealth fund and the investment that we are investing internationally, it continues following the strategy of diversification, which is mainly we invest in everywhere in the world where there will be a high return. We ensure that the balance is struck within the portfolio. Of course, US has been, in the last few years, one of our main markets. Asia is an interesting market for us, and we have invested over there, but also we are exploring new opportunities, but also trying to expand to new emerging markets like Central Asian region and Africa as well. Our focus is, as sovereign wealth fund, it's for future generations. So we wanted to make sure that these investments are not high in risk, ensuring the stability of the jurisdiction where we are investing, and ensuring the sustainable income. On a local front, we just launched our National Development Strategy 3, which is, we see it as like the last mile toward achieving Vision 2030. And if you will think about it from perspective where Qatar, in the last 25 years, focusing on building energy infrastructure, then the hard infrastructure preparation for the World Cup, now is the moment to capitalize on all what's being built. And what's really at the center of this strategy, focusing on human capital and all the investment that we have done in education and the human capital that Qatar have right now, unleashing their potential, opening up opportunities for the private sector, government to step back from a lot of things, and to just remain as a regulator, creating, there is a significant incentive schemes that will be created to encourage private sector and foreign direct investment, focusing on areas of manufacturing, logistics, RRC, and tourism, ICT, financial services. Of course, there are a couple of sectors which are prerequisite, which is the healthcare and the education, and we have already made very good progress in investing in the infrastructure. Of course, the healthcare has more potential to improve the economic side of the healthcare, which is basically research and development, and hopefully pharmaceutical industry in the future.
But we talk a lot about AI and semiconductors.
Yeah.
Is there anything of interest in that industry?
Well, actually, right now we went through a review for the last year, where can we position ourselves? And we believe that AI world is a big world, and it will need a lot of investment to come in, whether it's on the infrastructure or on the application side. Now, our focus here in Qatar is how to become more complementing for other countries in the region as well, because there are ambitious plans also taking place in UAE, for example, in Saudi Arabia. And we are focused in some verticals where we have already created the national champions, and how to enhance those national champions and take them to the next level by using artificial intelligence. And of course, on the infrastructure side, there is already some infrastructure being built, and now we are moving on to expand it and to grant part of it for the research element. Of course, the education institutions are very important, so that's why there are AI programs started in different universities here in Qatar. And last but not least, that what I've just mentioned in the speech, the Arabic large language model, which is for the first time, this is something that we are just launching. It's called Fanar, where we will have a system that will be fed by the Arabic language and also the values and the Arabic culture, because we see there is a huge potential in the Arab market where application developer and others can come in and can use it for their development.
And Prime Minister, you mentioned Saudi Arabia. Have the Saudis, do they want Qatari investment for their Vision 2030? Have you provided any, or will you?
Well, we've been doing a lot of things collaboratively, actually. We have invested in a few opportunities over there in Saudi, and of course the Saudi market is a big market, very important market for our businesses as well here, and we've seen there is an increased interest in Qatari companies to go there also and to do some businesses over there. And look, I think that, when we look at ourselves here, we look at ourselves, Qatar, Saudi, UAE, others. But when the world is looking at us, they look at the GCC as one unit. And you will see someone who's coming and visiting Qatar, the next day he will be in Abu Dhabi, the third day he will be in Kuwait or in Riyadh. And the same thing, it's happening. So whatever any country will do, the other countries will have an indirect benefit to it. And I think that there is a huge potential. And right now we are very much connected in the connectivity between the countries. So this will also ease the trade and the business together.
Prime Minister, do you worry that economic uncertainty makes it more difficult to attract capital to the region and to Qatar? The various US, China, for example, difficulties.
Well, it's a challenge, but I believe for us in the region, it's an opportunity. I think that there are we see a lot of interest coming from the US, a lot of interest even coming from China. And I mean, as we are brokering peace, we hope brokering peace in an economy here.
The one thing that everyone's looking to is, of course, the US election. What kind of policies would you prefer? Is it easier to deal with a Republican president or a Democratic president?
Well, honestly, it doesn't make any difference. We have built a very long relationship with the institution over there, and despite the presidency, this is the US system. So we should expect one time a Republican and the other time a Democrat, and it's fine. I mean, the institutional relationship is the key, and it's the cornerstone for the relationship between our two countries.
In terms of the policies, do you expect, I mean, they're very different.
There are differences, but relates to the Middle East, we don't see much difference, honestly. And we have seen that we worked with President Trump during his administration, and there were approach for some regional issues where we have our point of view. We discuss it with them. They listen, they change sometimes not. And we respect. And the other, with President Biden as well, we are working with them very closely. And I'm sure you have seen what's happened. In Afghanistan deal happened during Trump administration. Then President Biden, we did with him the evacuation and all the transition after this. We are doing together right now the ceasefire in Gaza, but also other areas. And I think we are working very well with everyone.
Prime Minister, we talked a lot about volatility and some of the challenges and some of the opportunities. What gives you the most hope for the next 12 months?
Well, actually, first of all, it's when you look at the pyramids of needs, you need security. And as long as this war is ongoing, regional security will be threatened. And we will have, it will be very much unpredictable. So that's why even Qatar now, currently the president of GCC, the theme of this year, we were very much focused on getting all GCC partners to think about what is the best regional security framework that we can work together with in order to ensure the security and the stability of our region. What's really worrying me is, you know, the escalation of the war, the continuation, plus the uncertainty of some of the politicians just to continue the war without having any direction where to go or what to do. And that will just put us at risk of, you know, spilling over. But also, post the war, actually, even if the war stopped and there is no rescue plan for Gaza, I think the problem will be bigger. And in the medium term, we are very much worried after all these images to see like another wave of radicalization. So security is the key for us in the region. We need to preserve it as much as possible.
Prime Minister, thank you so much for your time today. Thank you.
Welcome to the stage, His Excellency Andrzej Duda, President of the Republic of Poland, for a conversation with Bloomberg's John Micklethwaite.
Thank you for this invitation. It's really very good opportunity for me to talk.
President Duda, thank you for talking to Bloomberg and indeed to this whole forum. We will come back to Poland in a second, but a bit like the previous conversation began with one conflict, we should look at Ukraine, where things are happening. And exactly a year ago on this stage, Viktor Orban told me on stage, there is no victory for Ukraine. Do you think, bearing in mind what is happening at the moment, that is now correct?
To zależy, jak rozumiemy
It
kwestię
depends how you
zwycięstwa.
understand the question of
My
victory.
przede wszystkim
We, first and
patrzymy na
foremost, are
to
looking at this.
i mam nadzieję, że tak patrzy też na to
And I
cały
hope
wolny
this is
świat,
also how the whole free world is looking at the
że
situation.
nie wolno dopuścić
Namely,
do tego,
we
by to
must not
Rosja
allow
zwyciężyła
that
na
Russia
Ukrainie.
wins
Jeszcze
in
raz
Ukraine. Once
powtórzę.
again, let me repeat.
Wolny świat
The free
nie
world
może
must
w moim
not,
przekonaniu
I
dopuścić do
believe,
tego, żeby Rosja
allow
zwyciężyła na Ukrainie.
Russia
Dlaczego?
to win the war in Ukraine.
My
Why?
mamy długie
We
doświadczenie
have got a
historyczne z
long
Rosją.
historical experience with Russia.
Wielokrotnie byliśmy przez Rosję
We
okupowani,
have been
my
occupied
jako
by Russia
Polska.
on many occasions. We as Poland.
Przeżyliśmy bardzo trudne
We
chwile w
lived
naszych
through
dziejach.
very difficult moments in our history.
Straciliśmy
We
wielu członków
have
naszych
lost
rodzin
many members of our
zamordowanych
families
przez
who are
Rosjan w
murdered
różnych
by
okolicznościach.
Russians under different
I wiemy
circumstances.
dzisiaj jedno,
And today we know one thing,
że rosyjski
that
imperializm się
Russian
odrodził. I
imperialism
to nie jest
is
ważne,
reborn, and it
jak
is
ten
not
rosyjski imperializm
really
w danym momencie w historii się
important
nazywa. Czy to jest
what
imperializm
name this
carski,
imperialism has at a
czy
given
to jest
moment in history. If
imperializm
we're speaking about
sowiecki, czy
Tsar
to jest
imperialism,
obecnie
Soviet
imperializm
imperialism,
putinowski.
or
To
Putin's
jest ten
imperialism,
sam
which is now,
rosyjski
this is
imperializm,
actually the
który
same
ma te
Russian
same cechy,
imperialism,
jest
which has got the same
żarłoczny,
features.
jest
It
tak
is
naprawdę
greedy.
rodzajem
It is
imperializmu
a kind of
kolonialnego.
colonial imperialism,
Polega na
to be
tym,
frank.
że
The thing is that
nie szukają
they're
krajów
not
daleko od
looking
siebie,
for
żeby je
countries
zniewolić,
far
żeby je sobie
away
podporządkować, tylko
to subjugate them,
podporządkowują
to
kraje w
conquer them,
sąsiedztwie
but
Rosji.
they're subjugating
W ten
countries in
sposób
the neighborhood of
rozprzestrzeniają
Russia.
swoje
By
wpływy
doing so,
i
they're
w ten
spreading their
sposób
influence,
budują
and by
swoją
doing so,
sferę
they're
eksploatacji
building
innych
their sphere
państw
of
i narodów.
exploitation of other
Dzisiaj
states
chcą
and
to zrobić
nations.
z Ukrainą,
Today, they want to do it with
ale dobrze
Ukraine,
wiemy,
but we know very
że
well
jeżeli na
that
Ukrainie udałoby
if
im się
they
zwyciężyć,
manage to
jeżeli
win in
zrealizują
Ukraine,
swoje
if they
cele,
manage to
to będą
accomplish their
atakowali
goals,
nadal.
they
Będą
will
atakowali
keep on
kolejne
attacking.
kraje,
They will attack
być może
other
będą to
countries.
kraje bałtyckie,
Perhaps
być może
these
będzie
could
to
be the Baltic
Finlandia,
states,
być
perhaps
może
this could
będzie
be
to Polska,
Finland, perhaps
być
this
może
could be
będą to
Poland,
inne kraje, które
or
kiedyś
perhaps
znajdowały
these could
się
be other
w
countries
sowieckiej
which used to
strefie
be
wpływów,
part
być
of the
może
Russian sphere of
będą próbowali
influence.
atakować w
Perhaps
kierunku
they will try to
południowym czy
attack in the
wschodnim,
southern direction
ale
or in the
jeżeli
eastern direction.
zwyciężą,
But
jeżeli
if they
wolny
win,
świat
if the
pozwoli
free world
Putinowi,
allows
pozwoli Rosji
Putin,
wygrać
allows
tą
Russia
wojnę,
to win this war,
to będziemy mieli do
then
czynienia z
we
następną
will have to
rosyjską
do with
agresją.
another Russian aggression.
A very powerful statement. I know that throughout this war, you have always been a passionate supporter of Ukraine, and Poland has also given a lot of equipment, more than most other countries. But Romania has now just said it would send Patriot systems to Ukraine, and I wonder, is Poland ready to follow suit and send Patriot systems as well?
Tak, to prawda.
Yes,
My
it
od
is true.
samego początku
Right from
wojny
the beginning of the
udzielamy
war,
Ukrainie
we
bardzo
have
znaczącej
been
pomocy.
helping Ukraine in a very significant
Chcę to
way.
mocno podkreślić,
And
bo
I
czasem
want
się o tym
to
zapomina.
say it
Myśmy
in a
byli
very
tym
firm way.
pierwszym
It tends to be
krajem,
forgotten
który
sometimes. We
wysłał
were
na
the very
Ukrainę
first
poważne
country
uzbrojenie.
which
To my
sent
wysłaliśmy
a lot
nasze
of armaments
czołgi.
to Ukraine. We were the
W
ones
sumie
who sent our
przekazaliśmy
main battle tanks. In
Ukraińcom
total, we have donated
ponad
to the
300
Ukrainians more than
czołgów z
300
zasobów
main battle
naszej
tanks
armii.
from the stocks of our armed forces.
Przekazaliśmy
We have
Ukrainie
donated to
sprzęt
Ukraine
o wartości
the
4
equipment of the
miliardów
value
dolarów
of 4 billion
z
US
zasobów
dollars
naszej armii
from that
i cały
stocks
czas
of our armed
Ukrainę
forces, and
militarnie
we
wspieramy.
keep
Ale
supporting
proszę
Ukraine
pamiętać także o
militarily
tym, że to
all the
my
time.
dzisiaj
But please bear in
znajdujemy się
mind that we are
w
the ones
potencjalnej strefie
who
zagrożenia
are
i
potentially in this
dlatego
zone
w tak
of
ogromnym
risk,
stopniu dzisiaj
of threat.
dokonujemy
And that is
także i
why
modernizacji
we are
naszej armii.
modernizing our
Wydajemy w
armed
tej chwili
forces to a
ponad
huge extent. Right
4%
now we are
naszego
spending more
PKB na
than
obronność
4%
w
of our
Polsce.
GDP
Przy
on
całkowitej
defense in
akceptacji
Poland.
polskiego
This
społeczeństwa,
is totally
bo to trzeba
accepted and approved
podkreślić,
of by the
że
Polish
jesteśmy
people. We need
państwem
to stress that.
demokratycznym, u
We
nas
are a
są
democratic
wybory, w
state.
których
We
władze
have
są
got
wybierane
elections where the
i
authorities are
oczywiście
elected.
kwestia
And of
wydatków,
course,
ciężarów,
the
które
issue of
obciążają
spending,
podatników zawsze ma
this
wtedy
is
bardzo
the
istotne
burden of the
znaczenie,
taxpayers, and this is
ale o
always
tym
a
w
very
tej chwili
important
w Polsce
issue.
nikt nie
But right
dyskutuje.
now nobody
Wszyscy
is
rozumieją, że
disputing that
musimy
in Poland.
wydawać duże
Everybody
pieniądze na
understands that we
modernizację
have to
naszej
spend a lot
armii
of money
i
to
w tym
modernize
momencie
our
to
armed
robimy
forces, and this is what
i
we are doing
rzeczywiście
right now.
kupujemy w tej chwili
Indeed.
nowoczesne
We are
systemy
buying
obronne
modern
i w Stanach
defense
Zjednoczonych,
systems
również
in
i
the
w
United
Korei
States, also
Południowej,
in South Korea.
uzupełniając
And in this way,
ten zasób,
we
którego
are
potrzebujemy, bo potrzebujemy tej modernizacji
new
jak
equipment
najszybciej.
to our stocks. We
Musimy
need to
dzisiaj
modernize
przede
as soon as
wszystkim
possible.
uzupełnić
First
swój
of all, what
zasób,
we have to do is to
uzupełniając także to, co
replenish our
przekazaliśmy na
stocks,
Ukrainę,
also
bo
filling
przekazaliśmy
up,
dosłownie
for what we
z
donated to
zasobów,
Ukraine, because
które
we have
mieli w swoich
donated that
rękach nasi
equipment
żołnierze.
from our
Dzisiaj
soldiers, from the stocks of our
kupujemy
soldiers.
dla nich
Today
właśnie
we are
nowy sprzęt po
purchasing
to, by
new
mieli
equipment
czym
for them
bronić
precisely, so that they
Polski,
have
gdyby
means
doszło do
and
agresji,
way
ale
to
podkreślam
defend
jeszcze raz,
Poland if
cały
aggression
czas
happened. But let me
wspieramy
stress once
Ukrainę,
again,
a
we
przede
keep
wszystkim
supporting
cały czas
Ukraine all the time.
lobbujemy
And
też
first and
na
foremost, we
świecie
keep
wśród
lobbying
wszystkich naszych
all over the world,
sojuszników za
across all
wsparciem
our allies.
dla
We are
Ukrainy,
lobbying
bo uważamy,
to support
że to ma w
Ukraine,
tej
because
chwili
we believe
kluczowe
that this
znaczenie,
is of
jeżeli
key
chodzi o
importance right now
przetrwanie
in
Ukrainy,
terms
jeżeli
of
chodzi właśnie
survival
o to,
for
by Rosja
Ukraine,
nie wygrała tej wojny.
when it comes to not allowing Russia to win the war.
But Patriot systems, yes or no? That was the question.
My w tej chwili dopiero otrzymujemy pierwsze elementy systemu obrony przeciwrakietowej Patriot, które zamówiliśmy w Stanach Zjednoczonych 7 lat temu. W tej chwili pierwsze elementy tego systemu przychodzą do Polski, więc trudno dzisiaj mówić o tym, żebyśmy przekazywali my Ukrainie system Patriot, kiedy tego systemu w istocie nie mamy jeszcze w Polsce w tej chwili skompletowanego na potrzeby naszej własnej obrony, bo my w tej chwili dopiero budujemy system obrony przeciwlotniczej i przeciwrakietowej, który będzie systemem trójwarstwowym od systemu Patriot poprzez system średniego zasięgu do systemu niskiego zasięgu.
You put forward a very passionate argument for how dangerous Russian imperialism is. And you also expressed all the different reasons why we need to stop Putin in this. But going back to that question at the beginning, at the moment, that shows no sign of Russia retreating. It seems to be taking more territory. Do you worry that America has acted too late?
Ja jestem bardzo spokojny i trzeba bardzo mocno podkreślić, Ameryka dzisiaj udziela Ukrainie największego wsparcia. To wsparcie amerykańskie dla obrony Ukrainy jest absolutnie kluczowe. Gdyby tego wsparcia nie było, prawdopodobnie Ukraina nie byłaby w stanie w ogóle się obronić przed rosyjską agresją, a czyni to. Więc tak jak podkreślam, my byliśmy rzeczywiście tymi pierwszymi, którzy przekazali czołgi. Od razu zaproponowaliśmy Ukrainie przekazanie myśliwców, MiG-29, które piloci ukraińscy mogli używać od razu. Zresztą uczyniliśmy to, przekazaliśmy też MiG-29 na Ukrainę. Natomiast faktycznie ta pomoc ze Stanów Zjednoczonych, największej potęgi militarnej na świecie, jest dla Ukrainy największa i najbardziej znacząca. Ja chcę bardzo mocno podkreślić, jestem wdzięczny Stanom Zjednoczonym, władzom Stanów Zjednoczonych, jestem wdzięczny Kongresowi, zarówno Senatowi, jak i Izbie Reprezentantów za podjęcie tej tej decyzji, jak i prezydentowi Joe Bidenowi za podjęcie tej decyzji o przekazaniu na Ukrainę tych ogromnych rzeczywiście środków na obronność, o których decyzję podjęto w najbliższym czasie. Ja także w tej sprawie w Stanach Zjednoczonych w ciągu ostatnich 2 miesięcy rozmawiałem między innymi ze speakerem Izby Reprezentantów Mike'em Johnsonem w marcu, kiedy byłem zaproszony przez prezydenta Joe Bidena. Odwiedziłem także Kongres, spotkałem się z przedstawicielami Senatu, spotkałem się również z przedstawicielami Izby Reprezentantów, właśnie ze speakerem Mike'em Johnsonem. Rozmawialiśmy na ten temat i bardzo jestem usatysfakcjonowany tym i wdzięczny władzom Stanów Zjednoczonych, że ta decyzja o wsparciu dla Ukrainy została podjęta, bo zbliża się rosyjska ofensywa. To, że ona będzie, jest praktycznie pewne. To są kwestia uwarunkowań klimatycznych w naszym regionie świata. Prawdopodobnie w ciągu najbliższych tygodni możemy się spodziewać tej ofensywy, kiedy tylko ziemia wyschnie i przestanie być tak bardzo grząsko, bo wiosna praktycznie uniemożliwia ciężkiemu sprzętowi poruszanie się po gruncie na Ukrainie. Kiedy tylko zrobi się bardziej sucho, prawdopodobnie ruszy rosyjska ofensywa. Wierzę w to, że armia ukraińska, że obrońcy Ukrainy do tego czasu otrzymają to wsparcie. To wsparcie w tej chwili idzie na Ukrainę. My to obserwujemy w Polsce, bo to my jesteśmy tym państwem, które stanowi drogę tranzytową do Ukrainy i praktycznie cała pomoc dla Ukrainy idzie przez Polskę. To my także w ten sposób wspieramy obrońców Ukrainy, że udostępniamy naszą infrastrukturę, nasze drogi, nasze lotniska, nasze porty do tego, by to wsparcie dla Ukrainy mogło być transportowane i ono się dzieje. W tej chwili to wsparcie trwa.
That sounds to me like better late than never. But when you also talked about meeting American officials. Donald Trump, you also saw, and the interesting question is, what will he do about Ukraine? There is a theory out there, held by many people, that Vladimir Putin is hanging on until Donald Trump comes in. Again, to quote Viktor Orban, who sat here last year, he said that Trump won't give a penny to Ukraine if he's re-elected. Was that what he told you as well? Do you trust Donald Trump to keep going in the way you've just said?
Znamy się z panem prezydentem Donaldem Trumpem już długo, dlatego że ja jestem prezydentem w Polsce już prawie 9 lat i całą pierwszą kadencję prezydentury pana Donalda Trumpa współpracowaliśmy ze sobą, więc mogę śmiało powiedzieć, że jestem przekonany, że prezydent Donald Trump myśli w sposób strategiczny o interesach Stanów Zjednoczonych, nie mam co do tego żadnych wątpliwości. Natomiast co bardzo mocno chcę podkreślić, w moim osobistym przekonaniu obowiązkiem polskich władz każdorazowo, prezydenta Rzeczypospolitej, premiera Rzeczypospolitej, premiera rządu naszego kraju i wszystkich znaczących polityków jest utrzymywanie jak najlepszych relacji ze Stanami Zjednoczonymi. To jest interes dwustronny. To jest podobnie jak przed chwilą tutaj powiedział pan premier, jego wysokość. Katar ma swoje interesy ze Stanami Zjednoczonymi strategiczne i Stany Zjednoczone mają swoje interesy z Katarem. I to nie jest kwestia tego, jaka administracja w danym momencie jest przy władzy, czy to są demokraci, czy republikanie i z której strony sceny politycznej pochodzi prezydent. My dokładnie z tego samego założenia wychodzimy w Polsce. Uważamy, że Stany Zjednoczone mają w Polsce swoje interesy strategiczne i Polska ma swoje interesy strategiczne ze Stanami Zjednoczonymi. To jest najpotężniejsze militarne mocarstwo świata, gwarant bezpieczeństwa, najsilniejsze państwo NATO. My jesteśmy członkiem NATO i moim obowiązkiem jako prezydenta Rzeczypospolitej jest utrzymywać jak najlepsze relacje z władzami Stanów Zjednoczonych. Dlatego w marcu spotkałem się z panem prezydentem Joe Bidenem, byłem zaproszony przez niego do Białego Domu, rozmawialiśmy, dlatego spotkałem się z przedstawicielami Kongresu, tak jak mówiłem przed chwilą, między innymi ze speakerem Mike'em Johnsonem, a niecały miesiąc temu faktycznie widziałem się także i z panem prezydentem Donaldem Trumpem, rozmawialiśmy na te tematy polityczne różne, długo i mogę powiedzieć tak, patrzę ze spokojem na wybory w Stanach Zjednoczonych, bo jestem przekonany, że te wybory wygra strategiczny przyjaciel Polski.
But there is a contradiction. At the beginning, you began with this, I think, very correct version of Russian imperialism. You said that if Ukraine falls, Poland could be next. You said that Russia is on the march, and yet there is this doubt about what Donald Trump would do? Do you think that if he was prepared to let Ukraine go, he could also let Poland go? Poland has a history of allies that did not support it when it needed it, as you know.
Ja nie powiedziałem, że Polska będzie następna. Ja robię wszystko, żeby nie była. Na tym polega moje zadanie. Dlatego dzisiaj wydajemy tak duże pieniądze na obronność właśnie po to, żeby Polska nie została zaatakowana. Właśnie po to, żeby Rosja zobaczyła na własne oczy, że Polski się atakować po prostu nie opłaca, bo nie da się szybko wygrać tej wojny. Rosja przekonała się już na Ukrainie w ostatnim czasie o tym, że jeżeli obrońcy dysponują bardzo wyrafinowanym, nowoczesnym sprzętem, a przede wszystkim mają serca do walki, a Polakom serca do walki nigdy nie brakowało. Z tego jesteśmy słynni. Pokazaliśmy to w historii już niejednokrotnie, także w czasie II wojny światowej. Rosjanie też to wiedzą, bo pokonaliśmy ich w 1920 roku pod Warszawą i przegrali wojnę z Polską. Więc wiedzą o tym, że jeżeli będziemy dobrze uzbrojeni, to obronimy nasz kraj i wtedy wierzę w to, że Rosjanie nas po prostu nie zaatakują, bo nie będzie im się to opłacało. Natomiast jest rzeczywiście tak w moim przekonaniu, że jeżeli pozwoli się Rosji wygrać wojnę na Ukrainie, jeżeli Rosja odniesie tam triumf, to będzie atakowała dalej. I to jest ogromne niebezpieczeństwo nie tylko dla Polski, to jest ogromne niebezpieczeństwo dla świata, wielkiej destabilizacji. I ja widzę, że to rozumieją także politycy w Stanach Zjednoczonych, bo oni patrzą także z punktu widzenia wiedzy historycznej. Historia ostatnich ponad 100 lat w Europie pokazuje, że kiedy była pierwsza wojna światowa, to Ameryka w końcu musiała się włączyć po to, by tą wojnę zakończyć. Kiedy była druga wojna światowa, Ameryka w końcu włączyła się, została zaatakowana, ale włączyła się po to, by tą wojnę zakończyć i rzeczywiście ją zakończyła. I potem Ameryka wygrała także zimną wojnę. Dzięki mądrej polityce, na szczęście bez wojny w Europie. Ale wygrała zimną wojnę i Ameryka wie o tym w moim przekonaniu, rozumieją to amerykańscy politycy po obu stronach sceny politycznej, że dzisiaj lepiej jest wesprzeć finansowo tych, którzy chcą pokoju i spokoju, by mogli obronić swoje kraje i zniechęcić tym samym do potencjalnego ataku, niż być zmuszonym do wysyłania amerykańskich żołnierzy po to, by ginęli na frontach europejskich. I wierzę w to, że właśnie dzięki tej mądrej polityce nie dojdzie do wielkiej wojny w Europie, której tak bardzo wielu dzisiaj się obawia.
We will hope that Donald Trump takes that view too. On the bigger, one last question on Ukraine. There is an issue, a big issue, which is if there is going to be a peace talks, and you've said you will join the first round of peace talks, will Ukraine have to give up some territory as part of that? Will Ukraine have to give up maybe Crimea, maybe something like that, if we are going to get peace? Does that make sense to you?
Tutaj ta odpowiedź musi mieć dwie części. Po pierwsze chcę powiedzieć, że tak jak powiedziałem przed momentem, niecały miesiąc temu rozmawiałem z prezydentem Donaldem Trumpem długo. 2,5 godziny rozmawialiśmy. I jestem absolutnie przekonany, że te właśnie procesy historyczne i istotę strategicznych interesów amerykańskich rozumie on znakomicie. I to zarówno tych militarnych, jak również i biznesowych. To po pierwsze. Natomiast po drugie trzeba powiedzieć tak. Sytuacją, do której powinniśmy dążyć, jeżeli chodzi o Ukrainę, my jako wspólnota wolnego świata, jest odzyskanie przez Ukrainę kontroli nad wszystkimi ziemiami Ukrainy uznanymi międzynarodowo. Czyli Ukraina powinna odzyskać kontrolę nad swoimi międzynarodowo uznanymi granicami. Dlaczego to jest tak potrzebne? Z bardzo prostej przyczyny. To będzie oznaczało, że przywrócony został w pełni prymat prawa międzynarodowego. Dzisiaj to, co obserwujemy, okupacja ziem Ukrainy przez Rosję, to jest dramatyczne, najbardziej spektakularne od II wojny światowej naruszenie zasad prawa międzynarodowego w Europie. Złamanie wszystkich traktatów, złamanie wszystkich tabu, atak na wolne, suwerenne, niepodległe państwo, brutalny, frontalny. To jest coś, czego Europa bała się od końca II wojny światowej. dzisiaj jest tego świadkiem. Najważniejsze jest dzisiaj to, by
today is to make sure
by
that the aggressor,
nie
that the
wygrał wojny,
violator
by
does not win
gwałciciel,
this
by
war, that
napastnik
the violator,
został
that the aggressor
zatrzymany
is stopped.
I by prymat prawa międzynarodowego został przywrócony. O to dzisiaj powinien walczyć wolny świat. To by oznaczało odzyskanie przez Ukrainę wszystkich ziem, które dzisiaj są ziemiami przez Rosję okupowanymi i do tego trzeba dążyć i do tego dąży prezydent Zełenski. I jestem przekonany, że o tym właśnie rozwiązaniu przede wszystkim będziemy mówili w czasie zbliżającej się konferencji pokojowej w Szwajcarii. Mam nadzieję, że będzie w niej brało udział jak najwięcej polityków, liderów, przywódców państw całego świata, bo niezwykle istotne jest to, aby właśnie na tym jak najszerzej światowym forum tą kwestię omówić, podkreślając to znaczenie prymatu prawa międzynarodowego dla zachowania pokoju nie tylko w obszarze Europy Wschodniej czy Europy Środkowej, czyli tym obszarze, w którym ja żyję i w którym istnieje moje państwo Polska, ale w ogóle na świecie.
But generally across the world.
I'm interested by what you said about Ukraine. Can I ask you one thing about Poland's place in Europe? It occurs to me that yesterday I interviewed President Macron in France. He would agree with pretty much everything you say about Ukraine and about Poland and about the need to defend things, but he would say the answer is Europe. We made to make Europe bigger, made to make Europe stronger. And that is the most important thing. And this is an area of disagreement between you and the Prime Minister in Poland. Donald Tusk is a very committed European. You tend to be more of an Atlanticist. Do you think Europe is going to end up being more independent of America?
Ja całkowicie podzielam zdanie w tym zakresie, że Europa powinna być większa. Jestem absolutnie zwolennikiem polityki otwartych drzwi w Unii Europejskiej. Dlatego tak bardzo mocno wspieram ideę przyjęcia Ukrainy, Mołdawii, jak również państw Bałkanów Zachodnich w pierwszej kolejności do Unii Europejskiej. Proszę pamiętać, że w lutym 2022 roku, zaraz po rosyjskiej agresji na Ukrainę, byłem inicjatorem listu przywódców Europy Środkowej do Komisji Europejskiej o to właśnie, aby Ukrainie przyznać status kandydata do Unii Europejskiej. Wtedy wielu w to wątpiło, czy to jest w ogóle możliwe. Po 3 miesiącach raptem w czerwcu 2022 roku dokładnie to się stało. Dokładnie został przyznany Ukrainie status kandydata do Unii Europejskiej, co jest dla mnie wielką satysfakcją. Wspieram ten proces poszerzania Unii Europejskiej, tak, i chcę, żeby Europa była silna. Chcę, żeby Europa była silniejsza, chcę, żeby była wspólnym rynkiem, ale chcę, żeby była Europą równych narodów, wolnych narodów, równych państw i wolnych państw. I to jest dla mnie kwestia nadrzędna i nie podzielam stanowiska o konieczności federalizacji Europy, o konieczności zacieśniania w znaczeniu politycznym zjednoczenia. Jestem zwolennikiem zacieśniania jedności europejskiej w znaczeniu gospodarczym, pogłębiania więzi gospodarczych, wzmacniania siły gospodarczej Europy, ale jestem też zwolennikiem współpracy euroatlantyckiej. Jestem zwolennikiem zacieśniania więzi Unii Europejskiej ze Stanami Zjednoczonymi. To dlatego właśnie priorytetem polskiej prezydencji w Unii Europejskiej, ona będzie od stycznia do połowy 2025 roku, będzie właśnie między innymi zacieśnianie więzi euroatlantyckich, czyli zacieśnianie współpracy gospodarczej pomiędzy Unią Europejską a Stanami Zjednoczonymi, bo ta współpraca ma charakter strategiczny. Ta współpraca gospodarcza w bardzo prosty sposób przekłada się także na kwestie bezpieczeństwa europejskiego.
We will look forward to see what Poland does with the European Union when it's in charge of it and has its presidency. President Duda, thank you very much for talking to us today. Thank you. Thank you.
To the stage, Datu Seri Anwar Ibrahim, Prime Minister of Malaysia, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Haslinda Amin.
Minister Anwar Ibrahim has been in power for 18 months, and in that time, he's managed to bring stability to his government, much to the surprise of the naysayers. It is, after all, an alliance which includes foes turned allies. Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim, it's good to see you again.
Thank you, Zinda.
Before we get to the crux of the conversation, I'd like to address the elephant in the room, a Bloomberg report which prompted a robust response from you. And it's hurt relations somewhat, so I just want to get it out there so that we can move on. The Bloomberg report said that you held early-stage discussions for a casino in Forest City, and you said they were lies. So, Prime Minister, there were no discussions, no meeting that happened, and linked to that, would your government consider a second casino in the country, or would you adopt a no-casino policy under your administration?
Affirmative, no. There's no necessity for Malaysia to venture into casino business. We are focusing on digital transformation, energy transition, AI, and we believe that this is adequate to push the country forward. Now, the complication with the casino was that nobody actually referred to us to check the facts and the veracity of the information. And number two, it complicates because the king's name was somewhat implicated or insinuated. And in our system, although it's a constitutional monarchy, the person monarchy highly respected and regarded. And it's grossly unfair, not only for you, but then abused by some other members of the opposition to say that the Prime Minister and the King is in cohort trying to open up a new casino. And that was why I took a very strong position, because it is, again, manifestly unjust to drag the name of the King, because the King is not a politician. They are not at liberty to respond. And the system of the royal members is that the paraphernalia must be respected, how we address them, and the fact that they are accorded with dignity and respect. That was why I took that, but nobody was arrested or the media was banned. They were just under the process asking questions, and I think we move on.
We move on, just to be sure to put it out there, no casino under your administration. Let's talk about the economy. Almost 2 years on, is the Malaysian economy where you thought it would be? Because when you speak to some investors, they say, you know, they've been pretty frustrated because of the slow rollout in your reforms. They point perhaps to the slowness, the delay in cutting fuel subsidies, which would add to the coffers, improve your fiscal position. Your response to that?
Well, we have undertaken these stringent measures. I've inherited a system where we have 1.5 trillion debt deficit for 5.6. Now, of course, I have to deal with this. Now, an abrupt, radical change would result in a lot of frustrations and anger. We have seen the so-called reform agenda in many of the countries in Europe. It's a disaster. You assume that the elites have all the answers without even interacting with the masses. And I think this is the flaw, basic flaw of the so-called elitist democratic ideals. Now, what we have done is, firstly, the issue of transparency, the issue of strong call for anti-corruption measures. All procurements must be through proper, transparent tender exercise, which did not happen. That's why corruption became endemic, and we lost billions in the process. But have we not taken measures? No, we did. The fact, Sinda, that we focus on proper tender process, that saved billions. And this is a major shift from the old corrupt policies. Secondly, we have undertaken, for example, electricity. The cutting of subsidy for electricity to the rich, to industries, but not affecting the 85% of the population. I don't think we should burden the issue of the governance is to make sure that it is transparent, it is just, but it should not punish the poor. But did we do it? Yes. How much did we gain? 4 billion ringgit. Now, we subsidize even for chicken. We withdrew the subsidy. How much did we save? 1 billion. Give us a break, Aslinda. Don't force us to make all these measures in 1 year.
So when it comes to the cut in fuel subsidies, can we expect that in June? Some say perhaps by year end. Can you give a time frame?
We acknowledge diesel and oil. Our prices is the cheapest. I mean, Malaysian price is cheaper than even Saudi Arabia. So I concede things need to be done. But it has to be done judiciously, because in no way will I punish the masses. You see, inflation can be a problem. What can be the priority? The priority is to stop the wastage and the leakages. If we can reduce the leakages and stop the wastage.
Can you commit, though, when those cuts will be happening?
What is the priority? Do we need the funds? Yes. How do we need the funds? Cut the excesses, the waste. Stop the corruption. We can save billions in the process. Do that first. And we did that precisely in the first year. Now we move on to electricity, we move on to chicken subsidy, and now we have to consider about diesel. Because there's too many leakages, billions are lost. But how do we then proceed to undertake this reform or cutting subsidy without punishing the poor? That, to my mind, is very central. We'll do it, of course.
This year?
At the right time, when we are fully prepared.
Still no commitment to the kind of subsidies, Prime Minister?
No. Because I think, how do we do it? Any subsidy rationalization without costing further hardship to the poor. You know, I've struggled all my life in prison because of my position to defend the rights of the masses. I don't want this because we have inherited such debt and endemic corruption and then punish the poor. So elites and the liberal forces must understand, do we need to cut subsidies? Yes. Which sort of subsidies? Electricity subsidies, as I mentioned, benefiting the very rich. You have a Rolls Royce, you get a subsidy. But you're using simple, cheap motorcycles. Why do you cut subsidies for them? So it's how we implement it judiciously without punishing the poor. Yes, we'll do it in our time. You know, I've been finance minister for a long time. You always have this, keep this secret to the last.
Prime Minister, we talked about how you've brought stability to the government, but there are tensions brewing. Some members in your coalition have asked for Anwar Ibrahim, Najib Razak, the former Prime Minister, to be released and to be under house arrest. Are you for it? Is your government for it? Because suddenly your deputy is for it.
What tension are you talking about? We just won the last few days. I just mentioned to the Highness Amir, we won the very important by-elections. Increase the Muslim vote, the Chinese Buddhist vote, the Indian Hindu votes. That's fantastic in a by-election. And our candidate happens to be a Chinese Buddhist or Christian. And the opposition candidate is a Muslim. And the seat is about 50% Muslim. And we won comfortably, which means, again, do not underestimate the wisdom of the masses. You see, in a multiracial country, the majority are Muslims, they are represented, but we need to make sure that the non-Muslims, the Hindus, the Christians, the Buddhists are also represented in the representative policy or position in the government. Now, case Najib, there's due process. He's been in prison. I gave all possible facilities so that he's being treated fairly, at least comfortable, but although prison is not bed of roses, I am on authority on the subject. But there is, of course, his right to appeal for pardon from the king. And I have advised the king that you must consider as a process, as is the case of any other Malaysian citizen who appeal to the king. Now, The decision is, of course, to reduce funding, the sole discretion of the king, whether he should be given house arrest. Our position is, at present, you go through the process and let the king decide. But I'm not calling for...
What's your perspective? Are you comfortable with the idea?
No, there's ongoing process still. There's ongoing trial on the YMDB case. I think let the process continue. If the king is supposed to ask for my advice, I would say, Your Highness, go to the process, but the Constitution provides for the king to finally decide. And I think as Prime Minister, I shouldn't supersede the king.
Prime Minister, it's been clear that you've been clamping down on corruption. In fact, former Prime Minister Mahathir Mohamad, the founder of modern Malaysia, is under investigation. What do you suspect him of having committed?
Well, let the authorities, Anti-Corruption Commission, which is grossly independent, proceed with their case.
He has not been charged?
No, he has not been charged.
So,
and the investigations initial, I mean, there were investigations of his children, which amassed, abundant wealth, and I think they have to explain. And I think they have been extremely kind in the sense of extending time for them to submit their reports.
Some say that your government chooses who to prosecute and who to exonerate when it comes to corruption. Your response?
We see the country has been used to a system which is semi-authoritarian or somewhat dictatorial. So they assume that under Anwar, I have to do the same. I don't. The Anti-Corruption Commission is independent. So is the judiciary, which is widely regarded now under the lady Chief Judge, fiercely independent. I have not once mentioned to her about any case. Of course, I did inquire what's happening, what is required, because she was keen on setting up an academy for training for judges, but not beyond that. So for the Anti-Corruption Commission to proceed, and in my members of the cabinet, some of them here, is clear on the fact that I mentioned on various occasions that please make sure that this government effect real reform, and you amass wealth and deemed to be corrupt, I'm not here to defend. And all the coalition partners have agreed. Let us move on from there.
Are there a lot more people who are likely to be investigated?
Well, I think the Anti-Corruption Commission has been extremely active and aggressive, and I think they're doing a good job.
So more people to be investigated?
You see, what have we done? At the political leadership level, of course, very clear. Everything has got to be transparent, and tender process must be observed. But of course, since the system has been endemic, you have sometimes reports about immigration or customs happening, and they know that they'll be charged.
Prime Minister, I want to touch on the Middle East. You held a special meeting to talk about tensions in the Middle East, and while in Qatar, you met with the delegation, the Hamas delegation. Give us a sense of why that was necessary, and also, might the vocal support for Hamas hurt relations with the US?
Now, I love the experience of the Qataris. They maneuver well, and I think we can. Because why did I meet Khalid Mash'al and Ismail Hania? Is to understand from them the latest development, other than, of course, with the Qatari leaders, and express my sympathies, particularly with the assassination of the children and grandchildren, and ask from their point of view what's happening. What they did relate. What was my position? I respect the initiative by the Qataris, by the Arab League, by the OIC, by the international community. There must be preparedness to secure peace. There must be a preparedness to observe and respect the decision or recommendations of your neighbors. And they seem to concede with this. But what is their strong request? To stop the continued aggression, atrocities against children, women, and the continued bombardment of Gaza. And that includes the settlements. It's illegal occupation. You are talking about colonization. What was discussed in Ukraine is about colonization. It's robbing, it's dispossession of other lands. That's all. And for that, I'm sympathetic to them. You don't tell me that whom I should meet, whom I should not. Now, if the question is with the United States, we maintain excellent relations with the United States. Cumulatively, the United States is number one in terms of
the relations have not been impacted by your position.
I make it very clear we are very strong in our relations with China. I do not subscribe to this xenophobia. We have been traditional allies, and most of our investments still from the United States. It's still coming. I mean, Germany, of course, new investor, the Middle East, Qatar, but from the United States, Microsoft, Google, NVIDIA, all there, and coming in an aggressive manner in Malaysia, and we welcome them. You know, Malaysia becomes now the hub for semiconductor in the region. There must be reason, and part of it is because of the support of the United States. We do differ in some of their policies, what they consider the contradictions, hypocrisy, but overall, they are still friends.
The thing is, Washington has expressed concerns about the flow of money from Southeast Asia to Hamas and other similar organizations. Are you seeing that happening?
Well, not one shred of evidence they've adduced. There was ship-to-ship transshipment in the international waters. We do not have the capacity to observe or monitor that. I maintain good relations with Hamas on the political wing. I have no involvement, no discussion with the military apparatus. And that's been very clear, and I think the United States do recognize that. They have, of course, every right to demand or request for explanation, and we do it to a friend who's curious to know what's happening.
What role do you see Malaysia playing in Gaza post-war?
We are a small country, relatively struggling to survive as an emerging economy. That's why I maintain excellent relations with Qatar and Saudi Arabia, UAE, Turkey, and get their sense what needs to be done. Of course, it's our duty then to do whatever is necessary, given the limited whatever capacity that we have. But we will. And I think for Malaysia in a distant land, we do subscribe to the thinking and the views of most of the Arab neighbors. That's why even the OIC, normally we do consult them first to get their understanding, then we support the position.
Prime Minister, we're running out of time. It's always too short when we have a conversation together. Just one final question. I mean, global leaders nowadays are grappling with a lot of challenges and uncertainties. What's the biggest challenge for you?
Well, I think insanity. Because sometimes you have policies that is totally absurd. I think what we need to do, right, other than focusing on the economy and development, is to bring back some humanity, compassion, and human dignity. That, to my mind, is quite lacking. That's why in the Madani framework, I put the economic policy, something about sustainability, but I do consider the issue of values and compassion. For Malaysia, it's very important because we come from a multiracial country. You realize that if you allow this sort of religious bigots and racism, fascism to dictate, they will destroy the entire fabric of our society. So if you see the greatest challenge is because challenge of insanity.
Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim, we thank you so much for your time today. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, Sinda.
Well, thank you to all of this morning's leaders. We would also like to thank our official partners, the Ministry of Commerce and Industry of the State of Qatar and Media City Qatar, our innovation sponsor, Qatar Research Development and Innovation Council, and our premier sponsors, Qatar Investment Authority and Q&A.
And we would like to express our gratitude to His Highness, the Emir of the State of Qatar, for joining us today. Shukran, li Samu al-Amir. Now, this session has ended. Forum guests, please remain in your seats while His Highness and his guests depart. All right, thank you for your patience. We will now take a break. Please join us back here at noon. We will see you in a short while. Thank you.
To build the future, we should think big. Go above and beyond to discover new perspectives. We need to raise our standards to the next level and support those who are as passionate as us about creating the future. Today, we are changing our world so you can see its beauty tomorrow. Together, we move beyond with QNB.
Half the world's population heads to the polls in 2024, in a flurry of elections that will shape the geo-economic landscape for years to come. From the world's youngest democracies to some of the oldest, the results will recalibrate global markets, ushering in a period of heightened economic uncertainty. The outcomes could pave the way for new trade agreements, connect markets, and create fresh  New governments could foster innovation and technology, we have been here before. Savvy business leaders know their history. This is our moment to recognize the opportunities we have and navigate this year of uncertainty together.
Please welcome back to the stage, Bloomberg's Haslinda Amin.
Welcome back. The global economy is grappling with a few uncertainties, chief among them geopolitical tensions, persistently high interest rates, and volatile commodity prices. How can we ensure fiscal health in these uncertain times? We'll pose this question to leading policymakers and CEOs very shortly, but before we get started, just a few announcements. Please take note of the Wi-Fi network information on the screen. It's over there somewhere. We'd love to hear from you today and every day, of course, to ask one of our speakers a question. Of course, all you need to do is to respond to our live audience polls as well. You need to scan the polling and Q&A or QR code on the screen that you see. You can also engage with us on social media using the hashtag Qatar Economic Forum. And if you're interested in reading our stories on Bloomberg.com, you can get a complimentary 3-month corporate subscription for you as well as your team. Scan the QR code on the screen to learn more about it. And now, on with our program.
Welcome to the stage, His Excellency Ali bin Hamad Al Kuwari, Minister of Finance of the State of Qatar, His Excellency Mohammed Al Jadaan, Minister of Finance of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Suleiman Al Jasser, Chairman of the Islamic Development Bank Group, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Jumana Bersachi.
Well, I'm delighted to be here. Welcome back from the break. We're going to be talking about reshaping Middle East economies, and I was just having a chat with their excellencies off stage about how much the region has changed over the last decade. The last time I came to Doha was in 2009, so it really is unrecognizable versus what it was back then. So we are going to have a conversation about what the likes of Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and then more broadly, what countries within the GCC can do to accelerate this transformation, keep going with it, with the view of working towards a more inclusive and sustainable growth for everyone. So, Your Excellency, nobody wants to hear from me. I'm going to start with you straight away. Qatar National Vision 2030 has been the economic backbone for the trajectory of the Qatari economy. And I would like to get sort of just an update on how the program is going, especially because now we're out of the World Cup. There was a lot of activity into and out of the World Cup. How you see things panning out in the next few years, and also really what sectors are going to be driving growth.
Thank you, Jumana. Pleased to be with you here today, and I'd like to welcome all of our guests, here in Doha. As His Excellency the Prime Minister mentioned this morning, we are embarking in the last phase of our journey toward the 2030 vision. And we had, previously, when we made the vision, there were 3 phases. The first phase was focusing and creating national champions. The Qatar Investment Authority, QMBs, Ooredoo, all the national champions which help us to build the brand for the country. So that was the first phase. Second phase, we invested more than 300 billion riyals in state-of-the-art infrastructure for the country. And this is something that, for the rail, airport, ports, roads, everything. And we had a big event, World Cup, FIFA 2022. When you have such a mega event, it helps you to accelerate some of your, plans. So much of our infrastructure was helped to be accelerated during, for the World Cup event. But what we should know, everybody talks about the World Cup finish, what you're going to do next, and it's normal, you know. But what we have done, and all of this one, we're building for the Qatar future. What we are doing is for Qatar, is not for the World Cup. So World Cup, only an event that helped us to accelerate. So now, beyond the 2022, we continue our journey and focusing more about economical diversification, about enabling the private sector, about changing the policies, the ease of doing business, focusing in key sectors, and balancing between our plans between developing human capital, health, education, technology, environmental, and sustainability. So it's building all of these ones. And the key sectors we're going to be focusing on are 4 key sectors we're going to be focusing on in terms of making a difference: logistics, ICT, manufacturing, and tourism. But we are going to be using enabling sectors. I mean, financial sector, for example, is going to be one of the strong enablers to achieve these goals. Education, health, building, and the human development aspect. And the human is really what matters at the end of the day, because your success can be attributed only to human capital development. So for our 2030, and our target to grow the non-hydrocarbon by 4% a year, for the next, 6 years until 2030. Already, this is our plans, although, in the same time also, I think we must say that the energy itself, the energy sector is performing very well. And we have announced, big expansion in our LNG productions. Our friend in the Ministry of Energy, they announced that we're going to be increasing Qatar's, production by 85% in a phased manner until 2030. We're going to be reaching 142 million tons per annum. So, that's going to make it difficult. They're going to make it difficult for us to diversify the economy. But, but definitely, this goes hand in hand, because we believe LNG will be, a transit energy for a long time, and and this is going to help us, to bring in, the fund that's going to be invested in our, Vision 2030, and also in our Future Generation Fund.
Yeah. Well, 2 things I've got to say. The first is, for me, I'm going to hear about the World Cup forever, because I'm married to an Argentinian. So that's the first point. But
congratulations.
The second point is, what you were saying about new sources of energy. I know new oil fields are coming online in, the next couple of years. What are you going to do with that funding? Is it going to go into the sectors that you just described?
We have a broadened, fiscal policy framework, and this is something we have developed and, agreed in the country, where we really, have a long view on the budget and on the fiscal, and under different scenarios, revenue scenarios, So what we do, when we decide, we have a formula, a very fixed formula, like part of the funds, to support the budget, reduce debt, invest on Qatar Investment Authority, enhance Qatar Central Bank reserves, and build also a cushion for future, volatility of the market. So basically, we have a very clear view. It's like, our book, when it comes to fiscal sustainability, for the country.
Your Excellency, let me ask you about Saudi Vision 2030. We're more than halfway through, and there are some very noticeable achievements that you can point to. A huge increase in the female participation rates, big growth in the non-oil sector, shift away from hydrocarbons. But now we hear more about some spending constraints. And I just wonder, as you get into the latter half of this vision, what are going to be the key priorities?
First of all, thank you very much, Jumana, and thank you, Your Excellency, and thanks to the State of Qatar for having us. I've always enjoyed, actually, this forum, and I've always enjoyed Qatar and the Qatari people. I was driven by the most expensive driver last night or the night before, His Excellency, taking a quick tour around Doha. And it's really impressive when he spoke about the infrastructure spend that went into Qatar and how the next stage is going to be actually reaping the benefits of that spend. I think the potential is very serious. Going back, and for those who are wondering why His Excellency and I are wearing this, because on stage you actually sometimes didn't hear the conversation. few things, I think, before going into Saudi. I think the world economy is going through a very serious challenges, and we are part of that world. And we need to make sure, as His Excellency Abu Ahmed mentioned, we need to make sure that we are prepared. We came to this few years back, almost at the same time, whether it is in Qatar, in Saudi, in the UAE, and the rest of the GCC. Oman followed even aggressively from an era where we have always been seen as the resource-rich countries and largely dependent on revenues from these natural resources. But that also is a curse. Because if you are dependent on one resource, then you are actually being held hostage of how that resource is performing. And then you go into this volatility of how oil or gas prices move, and the fact that your spend also will be dependent on the revenue. So Vision 2030 came as a response, is actually transforming the whole nation to make sure that we are a diversified and sustainable economy. That is a mission that actually the rest of the GCC are going through. So it's not only Saudi Arabia, it's the rest of the GCC are actually marching towards a proper, sustainable, diversified economy that enables the private sector, utilizes our demography of young population who are technology savvy, who can actually be the entrepreneurs, the inventors, the investors, the leaders of the future. Back to Vision 2030, I think without really going into a lot of the areas that Vision 2030 covers, just focusing on the fiscal and economic side, when we started in 15, 16, we had a very difficult revenue base, for example. Non-oil revenue covers short of 10% of our total expenditure. And we really needed to do something very drastic to improve our non-oil revenues. Now, only in the past 7 years, we moved from 10% to about 37%. That's significant. Our non-oil GDP has now reached the stage where it actually represents about 50% of our economy. Our unemployment, when we started Vision 2030, was about 12.3. Today, it achieved actually the target for 23 of 8%. Now it is 7.7. We are very close to our 2030 target of 7%. Women participation, you mentioned, we had a target of 30% by 2030. We achieved that in 22, and we are moving now to 36%, and we upgraded that target. Employment in the private sector, because generally in the GCC, governments used to be the employer, the key employer. That is changing. We have 2.3 million employees now in the private sector, the highest ever in the Saudi history. And I can go on, but there are real serious results that are giving us clear momentum. We are not complacent. Obviously, we need to push through the momentum of reforming and transforming the economy, but we see the results. The last point you mentioned, and I'll try to be as short as I can. Obviously, when we started, we did not have COVID. We did not have inflation. We did not have incredibly high interest rates around the world and cost of funding. We did not have the war in Europe. We did not have the war in the Middle East. We did not have the disruptions in the Red Sea. We did not have the disruptions in the supply chain. And that then, all of these collective shocks that are facing the world calls us also to reprioritize, to look at what we are doing And how can we actually optimize what we are doing, optimize our plans? It's not actually the funding that is the constraint. The funding is one part, but it is not the part, to be honest. It's actually the economic leakage. Because if you spend, under the current circumstances of serious inflation pressures around the world and serious increasing cost of funding, you are just going to cause two things. One, more inflation and overheating your economy. But second, which is also as important, possibly the most important, is leakage.
Yeah.
If you don't allow your economy to catch up with your projects, basically what will happen is you will import a lot more, and you will not allow your economy, your private sector to catch up and build their factories, manufacturing facilities, service providers to actually support the projects that you are building. So giving it more time is actually wise, and scaling it so that it actually builds on each other in terms of interconnectedness for you to build the tourism sector. By the way, tourism, for example, we achieved our 2030 target of more than 100 visitors. So you just need to make sure that you sequence it, reduce the leakage, economic leakage, and give your economy and the private sector a breather so that they can catch up.
I just want to pick up on the point about funding there. When I look at the total value of the giga projects that Saudi have in the pipeline, I've seen estimates ranging from $850 billion to $1.5 trillion. These are very big numbers. And the question people always ask is, can Saudi actually deliver on those plans if the oil price drops? What happens if the price of oil drops?
I think the whole idea of Vision 2030 is actually to respond to this question. We have been actually very conservative in our assumptions when it comes to our oil revenues. I'll give you just one basic example. In the year 23, we closed the year 23 with oil revenues that are more than what we have projected in the budget at the beginning of 23, despite the fact that prices were down by about 20% and oil production was down by 17%, which basically tells you that we are not optimists when it comes to projecting and therefore committing our spend to what the revenue is. We are very conservative. So I'm quite comfortable with, for two reasons. One is we diversified our revenues. As I said, now 37 are coming from non-oil. And we are very conservative in our projections and therefore our plans on how the oil revenue will cover that expenditure.
Your Excellency, let me put the next question to you about how important do you think it is for countries of the region to continue with this diversification push? And to what extent do you think what Qatar is doing, what Saudi Arabia is doing, could serve as a template for other countries as well?
Again, thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, Qatar, for this wonderful get-together. I think the GCC countries, after 4 decades of trying to create this economic gathering, if you will, or this economic front in the world, I think it's coming to fruition now. I think His Excellency, the Qatari Minister of Finance, alluded to that we are now more seen from the outside as one bloc that has cohesive policies, complementary policies to move forward and to really be a beacon of economic growth and development, not only for the region, but beyond. We were not, in my early years in the economic field, we were not taken seriously. We were just, an oil well and some camels, and that's it. Well, we have news now. We have all of that, because we're still proud of our camels, by the way. But we have a lot more also that we have been able to build. Our demographics are not talked about enough. Our demographics are probably the greatest asset, even more than oil, for the GCC. The GCC invested in its own students, in its own youth, a lot. I mean, I used to call my generation the oil boomers. Like in the US, they have the baby boomers. We are the oil boomers, because when the oil boom came, the government sent us overseas, all over the world, to go and study and come back and participate in the development of our countries. And that's why you will see in the GCC, you can't even differentiate between the countries and the human resource base, because they all followed very similar trajectories to these developments. So I think what Minister Al-Jad'an also mentioned, resilience is probably now what distinguishes the GCC economies. And that resilience has emanated from what has already been mentioned, but Mr. Al-Jad'an mentioned three that I think are critical and they have to be kept under watch. First, diversification of revenues. To be able to reach 37% as non-oil revenue, that's quite an achievement. Very important achievement. Second, women's participation. More than 36% participation rate for women in the labor force. And then the third one is the non-oil exports of Saudi Arabia. They now represent also around 36% of our imports, because you need those exports in order to finance your import. That is keeping oil aside. So the resilience, I think, is very, very important, and the GCC countries seems to be together moving in that direction. And now they are much greater believers in their own abilities now, which is very important. It's pride, not arrogance, but pride, because we have invested and we have proven that our investments were really in the right direction.
Okay, so because I'm a journalist, I'm going to ask you what you think the potential roadblocks are. And we talk about the plans, the ambitions that you have, the transformation, and the successes that you've had along the way. But there are a couple of potential hurdles. One of them is, in the case of Qatar, perhaps the construction sector out of the World Cup, imported monetary policy from the US. We see very tight credit conditions that's having an effect on liquidity. What do you see as a potential roadblock to the implementation?
I mean, some of these challenges not only apply to Qatar, but maybe, more the global economies as well. But, you mentioned it, Jumana, the high interest rate environment, is really a big challenge, and the high dollars. Although maybe it could be more challenging for other countries than Qatar, itself, because, we follow the dollar, although our economy is different. The structure of our economy is different than the structure of the U.S. economy, because, U.S. economy have been raising rates to fight inflation, while inflation in Qatar is not an issue. Last March, we achieved 1.1% inflation, which is the lowest in 3 years in Qatar, and we should expect the same levels. But because of the bag of the currency, we had to follow, and again, to avoid any arbitrage business, with the currency. So, but this is definitely is a challenge for the region as a whole, not, as I say, specifically for Qatar, but could be also for the private businesses is a challenge. We see also the geopolitical, definitely. I think this is our maybe biggest challenge, as we go along. And, although, we see an unrested region, the war in Gaza, we have, some civil unrest like in Yemen and Sudan. These are all, also imposing, some difficulties on the routes and the logistics, and also it's having some economical impact, and also there are a possibility of escalating, which is also going to be a bigger challenges for us. So we see this too. Again, inflation also, we should highlight inflation and commodity prices. Although, as I said, we could be a beneficial on one side, because we are, energy prices helps our economies, but it will be difficult for other, Middle Eastern countries who are importer of energy, for example, or importer of other commodities. So we see these are really challenges and hurdles, and we should work together, as countries, as also work with the multilateral organizations to see how to ease up, these difficulties, Yeah.
Your Excellency, I also want to ask you about, you're telling the story of Saudi Arabia, very compelling, both of you. To what extent has that also been backed up by the amount of foreign direct investment, FDI, that is coming into this part of the world and into Saudi Arabia as well? Has the FDI that has come in matched your own ambitions?
Let me just comment first on His Excellency's. I think I agree totally with His Excellency. I would add two points which are very important, particularly for the GCC. One is, while there is a downside of being actually pegged to the US dollar, particularly on the interest rate side, but you cannot have your cake and eat it also. So you also possibly need to take that into consideration, but there is actually significant benefits of stability, investor actually not taking any risk on currency. But more importantly, we don't actually import a lot of goods and services from the US. And with interest rate rising, the dollar actually gets stronger, which gives us a lot of leverage when we import from other countries. So what we imported from Japan or from Europe or the rest of Asia, that costed us, 130 3 years ago, now is costing us 100 because of their currency depreciation against the dollar, which is also against our currency. So we also need to take that into consideration. There are a lot of benefits that one will need to look at.
So the peg is staying?
I think basically there is a lot of benefits. So even though there are possibly some challenges, but we actually are gaining a lot more benefits than what we are losing. Second, in terms of how we should deal with the challenges that are facing the world and also internally, I think it's just an opportunity also, an angle. And you could see that in a lot of activities that are picking up in this region, simply because it's a region that is actually a bright spot amongst very few in the world today. And people always talk about the flavor of the month. Actually, I don't want to sound too, large-headed, but actually we will be the flavor of decades. We are determined, we have long-term plans, and we are very clear and committed on our commitment to the investment community at large. I'm not talking about one individual country, but at large in the GCC, that we mean business, that we are willing to take every step possible to make it easier for investors to do business in the region, that we are willing to do a lot of structural changes, including actually making it very predictable, very consistent policies, no surprises. I mean, a lot of us now actually publishes before, go and do consultation with the investment community before you change any law. These are very needed prerequisites for investors to be comfortable to invest. Is the FDI enough? I can tell you in the GCC, we are definitely significantly above the average worldwide. FDI worldwide is actually shrinking. We are growing. Not as much as we wanted. We are still very ambitious and we wanted more, but we are definitely a lot better than the average in the world.
Your Excellency, final question to you. I've got about a minute, but I would just say to you, I would just ask you, how important is it that countries of the GCC actually collaborate together?
It's most important, as I said, and their Excellencies also emphasized. The GCC now, at the risk of bragging, is a beacon of hope for the whole region and globally, I think, because of the resilience of their economies, because of the consistent policies they have been following together, because of the demographic dividend that they are reaping now, because of the youth Entrepreneurship, I've never seen it in my life, and it's been long. I've never seen as much talk about entrepreneurship and the youth really going into this line of business than ever before. So all of I think the stars are very well aligned for the GCC. And we are moving. I think our leaderships see eye to eye on the most important issues. That's very important because it's all about signaling also. Mm-hmm. It's not the money you have, it's what signaling are you giving the market to the domestic investor, to the external investor. And I think those signals are very, very brilliant, but also very visible to a lot, particularly domestically. And that's why I think the social peace and the focus on the domestic concerns and the domestic development, taking such a great role in the policies of these governments, is really sending the right signals and augurs very well for the future of this region. And this region has been very generous also. I'm the chairman and the president of the Islamic Development Bank. This region has been very generous with these institutions that go and help those that are less fortunate. We have put, and sorry to pitch this in, we just celebrated our 50th anniversary, our Golden Jubilee, in Riyadh just 2 weeks ago. The first 50 years, we have financed projects for more than $182 billion. We're proud of that, and we look forward to do more, and thanks partly to the generosity of the GCC countries. So they are very focused on development, not only in their countries, but in the beyond.
That is an excellent way to leave it. Your Excellencies, thank you so much.
Thank you.
His Excellency Mansour Ibrahim Al Mahmoud, CEO of the Qatar Investment Authority, Bruce Flatt, CEO of Brookfield, Jenny Johnson, President and CEO of Franklin Templeton, and Zhang Lei, Founder, Chairman, and CEO of Hill House Investments, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Francine Lacroix.
Hi, everyone, and thank you, first of all, to my wonderful panel for being here today. We're going to talk about some of the trends and actually what you need to do to invest for the next generation. Now, the increasingly hopeful economic story of 2024 is also that of a world headed for a soft landing, but the same world is becoming more dangerous, divided, indebted, unequal. So we'll try and unpack some of the main trends and what it means for some of your investments going forward. So, Your Excellency, can you maybe get us started with a couple of minutes of, the big mega trends? So we know about AI, we know about digitalization, decarbonization, but actually what's also changed in the last 12 months?
Normally we engage with this sort of discussion internally with our partner, with the expert in the industries. I think we are focusing on 5 main themes or trends. One of them, again, digitalization and AI. And as you know, all economies is going into digitalization, and widely accepted that this is a mega trend that will impact all economies. 2, climate change, which has been, a trendy investment type and theme for all of the investment. Also, I think the growing of the middle class people during the last cycle, a lot of wealth has been accumulated. And this is, I think, a big theme that would impact maybe tourism and consumers. Fourth is the health awareness. especially after the pandemic. There is two aspects of it. I mean, people are looking after their health, and government after the pandemic has, found themselves that they have not invested in healthcare. So this is, and lastly is the geopolitical aspect and the supply, chain changes. All these themes, I think it will continue for a while. And I think economies will be spending and policymakers will be, focusing on these themes.
Thank you so much. Bruce, what do you see as these megatrends?
Look, I think I'd agree with His Excellency's comments. I'd just say that the trends of decarbonization, deglobalization, digitalization have all probably increased almost exponentially over the last while, especially with the contribution of AI. Look, cloud computing was taking very significant amounts of renewables and data centers capacity 12 months ago, 18 months ago, but it's now taking enormous amounts of capacity. But maybe even the other shift that's happened is that we were in a world 18 months ago where the banks had seized up because interest rates were going up and a lot of money was lost on treasury bonds in the banks. That has abated and capital markets are coming back. So globally, you can now see the markets lifting, transaction activity coming back, and that's a lot different than it was 18 months ago.
Jenny Johnson?
Yeah, so Bruce always talks about his 3 Ds. You mentioned them. I added the 2 other, which were demographics and disinflation. But I think that's been the big change, which, starting in 24, is it going to be 6 cuts from the Fed? Is it going to be 2 cuts? Is it going to be a soft landing? Is it going to be a crash landing? And now there are actually people who talk about whether there would be a Fed increase. Now, I don't think that's the case because I think Powell kind of came out and tried to quiet that. But there's a whole different view, I think, on how long, how difficult it is to tame the inflation. And whether we get 1 cut or 0 cuts or, some number. I don't think anybody was thinking that last year.
Zhang Wei?
Yeah, sure. I would say the biggest change has been the last 12 months. We have seen traditional corporations adopting technology in a massive way. ChatGPT is as much as a great product in terms of technology, but also as a sort of education campaign or corporate enlightenment, if you will, that actually push every single corporation, traditional businesses that we own, have to think about how technology changes their business models. I'm really happy to see that traditional businesses now leveraging technology to make it better instead of just the digital gap that we saw in the mobile internet.
And can I ask all of you, is this a good time actually to invest? I know some of you have things in the pipeline. I know you're a longer term investor. Bruce, you've been very acquisitive. Is it ripe actually for acquisitions and consolidation?
So we're in the business of buying things and selling them. So it's always a good time to be buying and selling. But look, I would say when capital is less available in the world, it means there are greater opportunities to put money to work and odds favor returns being higher when you do it. Coming up, we've passed the bottom of the cycle for PE businesses and real estate and infrastructure. And as a result of that, money put to work in the next 24 months will be an excellent time to invest. So the markets are just opening up today. And what that means is that whatever you're doing now will probably be pretty good investments.
Is infrastructure a crowded space? I mean, you were one of the first ones, and now you're seeing more players actually enter that space.
The infrastructure is among the largest businesses in the world. It's the backbone of what everything runs on. And that is, it's just, the amount of money that's out there for infrastructure is large, but the need is far, far, far larger. The amounts of money are, I'll say, hundreds of trillions for the things that need to get built over the next 25 years, and there almost isn't enough money to do it. So it's definitely not a crowded space because the needs are so large.
I think it is not crowded. I agree with Bruce. Infrastructure is becoming very important for two reasons. Government trying to get the private sectors involved, whether for more efficiency or for selling and paying some of their debt. So we're seeing that most of the government having in their agenda to really sell some of their assets and get the private sector involved in their infrastructure project.
Private credit is also the hot new topic. Questions about valuations, actually, over the last couple of days because of rising interest rates so fast. Can you give us a little bit of a perspective on what private credit in Asia is looking like?
Yeah, I think it's really exciting for private credit in Asia because by and large, the traditional corporates in Asia, they have much lower leverage than their US and Western sort of counterparts, and they actually much more into what I call the real economy. So the businesses, the traditional businesses, from department store operator to a manufacturer. So that if you have a good research and sector knowledge, if you can structure it well, I think it's a really amazing opportunity to invest in private credit in Asia.
Do you have anything in the pipeline right now? Is there a very clear pipeline?
Yeah, absolutely. We have probably, I would say, private credit has been we have been most active one of in this asset class in the last few months, and we continue to see strong pipeline across multiple areas, from healthcare to consumer goods to manufacturing to business services as well.
Jenny?
Yeah, no, I agree, and I think there's a lot of discussion about is there too much money in private credit, and it's not regulated, and is that a concern? And I think the reality is it's just shifted. The credit has just shifted from banks' balance sheets, particularly in the U.S., into the private credit market. In a lot of ways, that can be a better structure because people invest in locked-up capital and vehicles, and you don't have the potential. If you have defaults, you don't have the domino effect of a bank being a counterparty, and arguably in the U.S. also having the government who guarantees a portion of it. So, I mean, I just read something like in the small and mid-size direct loan market, it has dropped from 70% of banks to 11% of banks, and the rest is being filled by private credit. So I think it's a great place to be. And honestly, if you look at for the illiquidity premium, if you could withstand it, you're talking cash at 5%. High yield, 7.5%, 8%. High yield is almost priced for perfection in the public markets. And then private credit closer to 12%. That's a pretty good return.
Longer term, Your Excellency, when you look at some of the big challenges, how do you deal with AI right now? I mean, we're talking about investing in the next generation. So you're taking decisions now for something which is still quite difficult to read.
I think we have to admit the fact that AI is still a new technology. When you draw the spectrum of the AI, you see some of the aspects are very clear. It has a business model, like, for example, the data center, the chips, and so on. And then when we go into the quantum computing, and then the data organization with our labeling, categorization, and then into the software and application, all these are we are investing in a smaller basis in all of these, but still, if you ask me, what is the big winner of this? I don't know. And, when you remember in the internet, during, in the 90s, when the search engines came to the surface, a lot of the names are not existing right now. I remember Alta Vista and so on. So I think there will be a lot of changes. It is not clear where is the big win in AI. But the good aspect of the AI technology is that all of the stakeholders are in agreement to invest more into the space. So you have investors like us, you have the policymakers are keen to attract businesses and investment into this space. And you have also companies who have the know-how, like Microsoft and so. In technologies, things is moving very fast, and it is accelerating. So It's still not 100% clear what is the big one.
Can I ask you about your strategy of it? How do you find the perfect time to deploy actually cash?
We are deploying, we are investing, we are continuing investing in the space. But then we make sure that we have a very diversified portfolio into the space. Yeah. So we are in full speed in terms of investing in data center. We are in full speed in investing in data, categorization. We are in full speed in investing in software and application that have a feature of the AI. Yeah. And we are a big player in the chip maker companies. So we are investing and we are not stopping. But I'm saying that still
early.
Yeah, the big win still is not very clear for most of the investors.
Brookfield did this mega deal. Can I call it mega deal with Microsoft? I mean, it's a big deal. Is this a template of future deals, of how you structure them?
Yeah, so the deal we did with Microsoft is a framework deal where we're going to build them 10,500 megawatts, 10 gigawatts of power over the next 5 years. And that will essentially be a framework for other things we do with them in the future. And that's about an investment of about $10 or $12 billion. And what's really important to understand today, because everyone thinks about renewables and is it in a bubble, but the important thing to know is that in most countries of the world, the cheapest cost of bulk electricity is solar or wind. And that's dramatically changed from 10 years ago. The cost curves have come down, manufacturing costs have come down, and as a result of that, there's going to be, over the next 20 years, a very, very significant build-out of renewables in the tens of trillions, and that will decarbonize the world. And the technology companies are leading the way because they've all committed to net zero, Microsoft being one of the leading ones, and this is a part of it. But I think it will be the biggest thing today for them to find is credible parties with projects that can build them out and meet their supply. And so we're continuing to do that around the world with great companies like them.
And Jane Johnson, where are you finding the deal? So how do you want to grow Franklin Templeton?
Well, first of all, you asked the question earlier about is it a good time to invest in the market and what is His Excellency doing with his cash? And John Templeton said the best time to be in the market is when you have money. So, and it's because you can find opportunities, anything. So whether it's AI, and I agree with you, I mean, I think the initial AI types of things are picks and shovels, right? It's the chip makers, it's the Microsofts, who are running cloud computing. But the next phase is going to be as companies, and they'll start to differentiate within their own businesses, those who are actually using it to a competitive advantage. And it's hard to see that today, and it takes a while to do that. But I think based on the trends, it's always easier to swim with the current, right? So if your trends, and we talked about the Ds of deglobalization, so it's figuring out who are going to be the beneficiaries of that. In this region, I mean, one of the things that I think is so impressive, obviously, as oil stays high, and it doesn't look like there's any quick resolution to Russia and Ukraine, so it's likely to stay high. There's a mentality of multiple generations, which is something I very much appreciate, and a desire to diversify an economy. And so the various economies, and so you find investment opportunities as there's as there's diversification, and so making sure that you're close, and part of those conversations is where you find investment opportunities.
Yeah, absolutely. If I could add what Jenny said, the settings for investment. Right now, we are, in a very dynamic environment. You could say, whether you worry about interest rates, whether economic uncertainties or geopolitics, seems a lot going on. But we have observed that actually the best companies are built in the time of uncertainties. And the best businesses are actually gaining tremendous market share in economic uncertainties. So we've seen, give you some examples. I talked about traditional companies leveraging technology. One of our portfolio company is one of the largest lady footwear retailer. That they are adopting technology to make the supply chain much more robust, much more nimble, and faster replacement cycles. And they are adopting technology to train their employees so that every employee have a kind of small app that they can train them just flipping page like TikTok, so that every training is breaking down. So that I've seen that companies take advantage of this kind of economic uncertainty, invest in technology, leverage technology to do it better. We had another company, it's traditional business, a mattress company, one of the premium mattress company that in China that had difficulties, during the real estate bubble burst and during the, sort of the quarantine of COVID lockdown, that they would have the amazing slogan in the TikTok, basically saying that if you ever got, quarantine with our mattress. So that's really doing very well. They're leveraging technology, access customers, access supply chain in a faster, efficient way.
Jean, what's your investment strategy looking like? So is it still, what's your take on China and fragmentation?
Right.
Right. Is this temporary, or are you looking to tilt towards a more pan-Asia investment strategy?
Well, Hillhouse had always been a pan-Asia investor, but what we're seeing in China, that's interesting sort of opportunities actually coming from sort of the winning the losers game. You're seeing companies not long-term enough, not sort of consistent, have really steady hands, actually losing shares. I think what you do is very basic. You just have a long-term mentality, be very consistent, invest in traditional businesses that can leverage technology to be better. I think that's enormous. Same thing happening in other parts of Asia that do the same thing. That people are investing for the long term. Have the steady hands. It's almost like this tennis, right? That you're sort of is not necessarily the most powerful players win. It's that just avoid sort of unforced errors. Have steady hands over long run. You're gonna have a better chance.
Well, Lee and I were talking earlier about China and the opportunities of investing there, and you always get asked the question as an American business, how do you feel about China? What are you going to do? And the answer is it's the second largest economy in the world, and often when people, it's about figuring out those trends again, and within China where there's a desire to build a domestic market, and again, a lot of the competition has gone away, that you do find opportunities. It's sort of gone through a lot of its pain with the real estate resetting and other things, and figuring out where those are, I think is good.
I would just say, Francine, that there are many global investors that aren't interested in China anymore, but there's a lot that are. And obviously the local investors have money in China and are doubling down on investing in China. Many of the Asian investors, and in fact a lot of the Middle East investors, the Americans are gone away. Therefore, there's an amazing opportunity to put capital to work and get returns which are excess what you would get in other places. Where there is lack of money, there is usually opportunity. So we continue to build out our business in China. It's just where the money's coming from is different. And so we're raising local money in China for investing and bringing those that choose to be there to invest in China. So it's just a different, where the money's coming from is just different.
Yeah, the prices in China is becoming very attractive, and we have an allocation for China that we continue investing, but we are focusing in consumer-related businesses. China has a huge population, and the middle class is growing in that space. So we are focusing on that space more than any other sectors.
When we talk about fragmentation and deglobalization, are we underestimating or overestimating actually these new alliances for trade, and therefore what that means for investment?
I think we are. I think this is a big risk for the business environment in general. I think two risks that we always worry about: this deglobalization and the mindset change. We have been working in terms of globalization. Businesses were built to fulfill the globalization. Now we are shifting 180-degree opposite the direction. definitely will have a great impact. And this is also when you think about the policies that would be related to this, the localization that I know there are some opportunities in terms of localization and supply chain, but I think the big shift in the mindset of the policymakers, definitely this is a big risk.
Do you see that as well, permeating through everything?
We call it deglobalization because it fit with the Ds. Right. But really I would characterize it as a reindustrialization, and new supply is getting built in different places, as opposed to it all getting built in China. If it's low-end goods, it's getting built in India, Vietnam, Philippines, or somewhere else. If it's high-end, like we're helping fund half of the new fabrication plant for Intel's chips in Arizona. So if it's high-end, sophisticated production chips, technology-wise, it's going to go back to countries where it's really important that those chips are there. So I think it all depends, but what it just means, again, back to infrastructure, there is a massive build-out of capacity, and that brings some form of inflation to the world, but it's good inflation, and it's offset with productivity improvements of AI. And what that means is actually highly, highly productive to the investment world and to the global economies. So it's good for GDP growth, and it's highly productive. So I'm actually, this period of time that we're going into is a really exciting investment period, as long as people forget about the noise right now. Yeah. And I don't want to make light of the noise right now, but when you're investing, it's really important to focus on the long term.
What about the noise that actually changes policies? How do you navigate something like the U.S. election?
So look, I would just, from our perspective, we're in 35 countries. We pick them very specifically. We pick them where there's culture, respect to capital. We can operate with standards we operate with. They're large enough we can run a business and stay there and invest for the long term and don't leave. And the United States is an amazing country. No matter who gets elected, doesn't matter. There may be foreign policy decisions that are made for some other countries that will matter, but for investing in the United States, it does not matter at all who gets elected to be the president of the United States.
Jenny, again, how do you make a difference? The strength of the U.S. economy is also incredible thanks to the onshoring, right? So sometimes, thanks to the onshoring, bringing back a lot of manufacturing to the U.S. has really kicked, it's incredible actually the kind of growth we're seeing from the U.S.
Well, I think Bruce said it exactly right, which is you're having this restructuring of supply chains. And in cases where, for example, in chips, high end, right, U.S. wants to have some of that come back because they feel like they're vulnerable by not. There's a friend-shoring component. That's why you see investments in Japan. But, businesses act rationally. One of the things I learned when I was in Hong Kong is there are a lot of Chinese companies that are moving their final step of manufacturing their goods to Malaysia, Indonesia, Vietnam, so that they can meet the WTO requirements to say stamped, made in Vietnam, so that it bypasses the U.S. tariffs on China. All of those things, now they're inflationary. Whether or not AI is going to be enough to, as far as productivity gains in the short run, to offset that, it'll take some time. But there's no question that also opens up investment opportunities as you're following those trends.
Okay, I'm going to put you all to work because we have 30 seconds each. If I give you, let's say, $10 million to invest for the next generation, where do you put the money right now?
Well, put in Asia. I think that's a growth engine. That's for the future. And also put in actually traditional companies that can leverage technology to improve their productivity.
With Hill House.
10 million? Jenny, where would you put it?
I mean, 10 million, and it's for the next generation.
Yeah.
I mean, you got 1 billion people entering the middle class in Asia. Most of them in Asia, that's a good spot. But I think technology is going to be the place I'd go for a long-term investment.
We just buy backbone infrastructure and compound it 15 or so for 25 years, and great wealth is made by compounding.
I will put it in a credit right now. Credit is a very safe play.
Thank you so much for a wonderful panel. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you.
Welcome to the stage, Stefan Meister, partner and executive chairman of the board of directors at the Partners Group, Noel Quinn, Group Chief Executive of HSBC, and Rohit Sipahimalani, Chief Investment Officer of Temasek, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Jacqueline Simmons.
So I want to say that even in years that are far calmer than the one we're in now, striking a balance between government regulation and entrepreneurial freedom, fostering business growth, sounds at best Herculean. But I'd like to start with Noel. So 2 weeks ago, when it was announced that you were stepping down as Chief Executive Officer after 37 years at the bank, of which 5 as CEO, someone who covers the bank very closely said to me, Noel Quinn has inarguably the hardest job in finance. The hardest job because you're basically, navigating an Asia-focused, UK-listed bank through tensions between Washington and Beijing. So could you reflect a little bit about stepping back in this specific moment for geopolitics? And do you think your successor is going to have a tougher time doing the job that you've been doing?
Well, listen, firstly, I've been absolutely fortunate to have worked for HSBC for 37 years, and it was a privilege being the CEO of HSBC. As the CEO of HSBC, 37 years ago, I would never have dreamt at all that I could have achieved CEO of this bank. This bank has a great heritage, 159 years of heritage, and it has been involved in international trade from day one. We opened in Hong Kong. 1 month later, we were in Shanghai. 3 months later, we were in the UK, in London. And within 10 years, we were around the world, in the Middle East, in the Americas, in Europe. So internationalism is at the heart of HSBC, and internationalism goes through many cycles of challenges and opportunity. And at times there are both challenges and opportunity, and I think we're in one of those times at the moment. So we've navigated complex international politics, complex international economics for 159 years. If you want to be CEO of a bank and an international bank, you have to get used to dealing with complexity and turning complexity into relative simplicity for our people. 200,000 people need to serve clients, even if the world is complex.
Mm-hmm. So it sounds like you're saying your successor is going to have a tougher time.
Any CEO of any international bank is going to have to deal with complexity on the international scene. But for me, it's been an absolute privilege, and I've enjoyed every moment of the last 5 years. You cannot do this job if you don't enjoy it.
I want to just touch on sort of one of the themes of the panel, which is entrepreneurship.
Sure.
And zoom in a little bit just on the purchase by HSBC of SVP, Silicon Valley Bank, in the UK. It's obviously bought in a distressed moment. SVB was in the process of collapsing. SVB was founded to fund entrepreneurs, and you remind people often that HSBC was created to bank entrepreneurs. And so how do you maintain the spirit of, entrepreneurship when absorbing a very tech and entrepreneur business like SVP into a behemoth that is HSBC?
Yeah. Well, when I was living in Hong Kong, I read the very first board minutes, the actual minute book, the very first board meeting of HSBC. And in paragraph 2 and paragraph 3 of those board minutes was the purpose for it being created. It was created by entrepreneurs, not bankers, to serve entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs who wanted to trade internationally. And that purpose of 159 years ago still exists today. And what we are today is a function of all of the clients that we have banked over the past 159 years. And in Silicon Valley Bank UK, on that Friday when it went into difficulty, I saw an opportunity to acquire a bank that serves entrepreneurs in the innovation sector, in life sciences, in technology, in climate tech. And why wouldn't I be interested in a bank like that? So this was very much a strategic decision. When I called the Bank of England on the Saturday, who had taken that bank into administration, I said, I have a real strategic interest in having a look at it, but I don't know the financials. What was interesting that weekend, we mobilized over 100 people to have a look that Saturday, Sunday. We didn't write one paper, not one PowerPoint presentation. We looked at the data room, we had conversations, we spent our time analyzing the business, and everything strategically stood up and financially it stood up. And we made the decision that weekend without any bureaucracy, just good old-fashioned commercial decision-making, and it was both a strategic opportunity and a financial opportunity. And by Monday morning, we bought the business, and it's been a great acquisition for us. And we've now decided to build the business globally. We're taking our ability to bank entrepreneurs in the early stages, in life sciences, in technology, and now want to help them go on their global journey. It was a great entrepreneurial move.
I want to come back to that, but I also want to touch on Temasek, which is also dealing with two big markets, two big countries that are at loggerheads. So excluding Singapore, your exposure to the US and to China are about equal, 22% for China, about 21% for the US. How are you adjusting your strategy around geopolitics?
So look, where US and China are concerned, they're both the first and second largest economy in the world, and we continue to find opportunities in both markets. Now, however, as you pointed out, I mean, the geopolitical world we are in is leading to increasing nationalism, protectionism, and we have to factor that in as we look at investment opportunities. I would sort of bucket about the three broad things that we consider in that context. One is that we have a preference for investing in companies that have access to large domestic markets and that are relatively self-sufficient within an economic bloc or a political bloc in terms of supply chain technology, et cetera. And there are many such opportunities in the US and in China which fulfill that. So in the US, it would be cloud services companies, actually almost any services company in the US. In China, it would be a lot of consumer brands targeted at the Chinese market. So there are opportunities there, and we continue to look at those. The second thing is that in this quest for national security, we're going to have redundant supply chains. I think it was mentioned in the last panel also. But a lot of that will be at higher cost locations, and cost structures will go up, and you're going to have a high inflationary environment as a result. So it becomes very important for us to invest in companies which have pricing power. And then on balance, more of the portfolio needs to be stuff that will actually benefit in a higher inflation environment. So things like commodities, things like infrastructure, compared to the last decade. And then finally, I would say, even as you look at, with governments trying to exercise industrial muscle, spending more on fiscal, there's going to be more and more government borrowing. So in this decade, you will see higher real rates compared to the last decade. And so therefore, there's a preference towards companies with stronger cash flows, and earlier stage VC companies which require a lot of capital will struggle more compared to the last decade. So those are shifts we are making, but the important thing is balance, right? When I say, it's relative to the last decade, we want to be biased more in these areas. But ultimately, we've got to be balanced because we don't know what the world will be like. I'm saying it's going to be a high inflation environment. It probably will be for the next 3 years. But in 5 to 7 years, depending on how AI progresses, productivity from that could be a disinflationary force. So I don't know where things could end up. So it's important for us always to have balance in the portfolio, but trying to adjust to the geopolitical realities in the context I mentioned.
Okay. And Stefan, we talked earlier just about, the US market, your biggest market, and how you can't really talk about that market without touching on what's happening in Europe. And so I wondered if you could just tell us a little bit of what you're looking at specifically from policy leaders in those markets, and especially now that they're coming up against, pretty big elections.
Yeah, happy to do so. I guess I made that comment, in the context of this maybe unusual situation that we are a European headquartered business, but our biggest market is the US. And often the question is, well, is that because the US is so much more attractive? And the answer is, no, that's actually not the case. It's simply a bigger market, for the reasons you mentioned. We look for exactly the same ingredients for a good business, which is an ecosystem. I mean, we are a thematic investor where we see change, where we see transformation that brings the potential, the tailwind, where we can develop businesses at 10, 15% growth rates. And we find them actually equally in the US and in Europe, but just Europe is a bit smaller. And maybe give you an example here, the way we think about that, since about 10 years, we look at the reconfiguration of pharmaceutical supply chains. That's with a change from the chemical products, the small molecules, to biologics. That comes with a completely different supply chain. And so there's all kind of businesses from the discovery stage to the in vitro testing to the FDA process, commercialization and distribution that completely changes. And so in these areas, we try to understand what are the businesses that have maybe the best outlook for the future that we can develop. I want to make a comment about Europe, because implicitly, I think a part of the question is always, does Europe really have these interesting businesses? Everything seems to happen in the US these days. And I think that's a bit of a misperception, I have to say, and I often like to use the example of chips and the semiconductor business or industry. This is seen as a very US or maybe also Asian kind of, dominated business. But if you think about a supply chain, you'll be surprised. It's not only the largest company, the most successful company in producing the machinery for the extreme UV lithography manufacturing, that is a Dutch. But then also, if you look at what is the laser company that delivers actually to ASML, that's a German company, Trumpf. What is the optical devices company that delivers to the laser company, that's Zeiss, is a German company. And who provides these clean environments, who provides the vacuum valve technology for these rooms? That's VAT in Switzerland, a Swiss company, was actually a portfolio company of ours for many years. So I think there's a bit of misperception, because maybe you don't see so many of these global champions anymore in Europe compared to maybe 10, 15 years ago. But there's an amazing actually range in technology, in pharmaceuticals, in digital services of, leaders, specialist leaders in a space, very often, actually leading over their US peers.
Right. Right. They're overlooked, but again, as we discussed, how do they get to the scale and sort of brand recognition that the US and Asia has done? That's sort of the question in bridging that gap. So I'm going to actually skip forward to a question I wanted to ask you about innovation. We talked about the tsunami of innovation being both a challenge and an opportunity, and I hope Rohit and Noel can both come in on this question too. But I wonder, we talked about how a business that you buy today is going to look completely different to one in 8 years because of the pace and transformation of technology. What does this pace in AI and technology mean for investments, for M&A, and how might it change the life cycle of investments?
Yeah. Well, look, the starting point, I think, is our hypothesis that what we're seeing at the moment is a bit of a, I would say, next phase of this first digitization that started 25 years ago. 25 years ago, we saw two events. That's internet accessibility and affordability of computation power. Okay, that led to middle market businesses having servers in their basement and software, and they got connected, that we had all our devices getting into that platform. And so that developed over the last 25 years a totally different economy where businesses have fundamentally changed. We're seeing something very similar happening now with AI and with computation power as a service. But we think the big difference is this is going to be like 10, 15 years because it's much more digital. There's much less need to build the actual infrastructure that last time around. So if you think there's a merits in that hypothesis that our economic transformation will be done in about 10 to 15 years from now, you buy a business, a private markets firm, you know, like ourselves, you own it like for 6, 7 years. That means that more than half of that economic transformation is over. So you need, when you buy a business, have a very clear hypothesis of what will that ecosystem look like in 10 to 15 years' time. I say hypothesis because no one knows. I mean, there's so much, you know, uncertainty over so many things, but you need to have a direction. And you need to define, for a business that you buy today, a winning business model and a clear path. And you have to literally, on day one, you have to actually get on that journey. Because if you want to transform the business over the next 5 to 6, 7 years, you have to start right now. So the business we are in my opinion, has changed fundamentally compared to 10, 15 years ago, when, you know, financial investors, I think, were quite, I mean, doing quite well just with, you know, the leverage market and just basically being passive financial investors. The next 10, 15 years will be a much more industrial approach, where you really develop these businesses in a very, very active way, very hands-on. Think of it much more like what family businesses would do. I mean, you know, plenty of them in this region here.
Rohit, do you think that AI shortens or lengthens the life cycle of investments that you look at?
So, you know, I think every investment that we look at right now, and for every company in our portfolio, we have to ask the question, what is going to be the impact on AI? You know, one is that, is it going to disrupt the business fundamentally? Is it just going to be an enabler which would help take out costs? Would it allow you to sort of tap customers better? What's going to be the impact? It's not an easy answer. We're actually at this point forming cross-functional groups within the organization to look at that. But that's going to be fairly critical. And there are going to be some businesses that you know are not going to be disrupted, but definitely AI will be an enabler in almost every business. So for example, if you invest in a hospital in India, now AI is not going to hospitals are not going to be done away with. Now how some of them operate, how can they be more productive? Obviously it's going to have an impact. So we've got to think about it from that lens. On the other hand, if you look at something like a call center business, you know that it's ripe for disruption. So it is something you have to look at. I don't think, you know, typically when we're investing, particularly in the private markets, you have to take at least a 3 to 5 year horizon, sometimes longer. So I think it's tough to say that, look, I'll get out quickly before that change happens. That's a very difficult mindset to have. Right. So you've got to look at, look, what is the risk, what is the opportunity, and what can you do along the way?
Right. Can I come back, you know, to you know, just on the SVB? I'm thinking more about sort of, you know, regulation, and you mentioned that this was able, over a weekend, you know, you didn't need a lot of wind-up, you just got it done. And I just wonder, having sort of navigated that deal, you know, how you were weighing up sort of the risk-rewards of that, and what are actually the takeaways or lessons that might be applied to your industry going forward?
Well, take that weekend as an example. It was a phenomenal example of very strong engagement with the regulators. And they had a very clear plan of what they wanted to do if a bank got into trouble in the UK. They had a very clear resolution plan. They invoked it on the Friday. They operated it the Saturday, Sunday, with the ambition of coming out on the Monday morning with a solution. And the Bank of England did a phenomenal job in handling that. And if I spoke to them 20 times that weekend, I probably spoke to them 50 times. And it was just good old-fashioned open dialogue, trying to solve a problem between a bank and a regulator. So dialogue is always a great thing to have, and that weekend we had a lot. And we had a common purpose, find a solution, and it was strategically important for us. If I can come back to AI, because that touches on regulation as well. Look, AI is a hugely powerful capability. We are embracing it. But we're cognizant of the risk. So there you've got to be cognizant of the regulatory risk, of bias, of unintended consequences, of poor data leading to poor output. So you do have to tread carefully whilst embracing. And we're doing both. We processed last year over $500 trillion of payments digitally, globally on behalf of our clients. We're the second largest payments processor in the world as an international bank. We are using AI on that to help us understand the patterns of behavior, the risks in that payment traffic, the opportunities in that payment traffic. But in terms of fulfilling our regulatory obligations for financial crime compliance, AML, sanctions, we're using AI because it's enabling us to gain insight that we can't get through traditional algorithms. Now, one other thing on AI, whilst be cognizant of the risks, be excited by the opportunity. And for me, AI, I think, is, put simply, an acceleration of learning. It's an acceleration of knowledge. Its ability to get your hands on knowledge and learning faster than you're otherwise able to do. And I think we will find it will lead to breakthrough opportunities, in my view, in life sciences. The research and development cycle on cures to medical conditions will be accelerated with the power of AI. And I think we should be cognizant of the risk, but excited by the opportunities. And I believe the world will be a different world in 10 and 15 years because of AI, and a positively different world.
Yeah, I want to talk about, because we don't have an enormous amount of time, and I just want to be remiss to not let the audience know that you are able to ask questions using the QR code that was provided. But, you know, there's a different kind of risk I want to hit on before we talk about the Middle East. There's a lot of news right now about tariffs, if it's EVs or the EU, for instance, imposing levies on carbon-intensive imports. Are these examples of, you know, good/necessary regulation, or is this just moving us further into the, you know, protectionism camp?
Well, listen, fundamentally, we're the largest trade bank in the world. We fundamentally believe in free trade. So for me, free trade, global trade has created the world of today and helped the world of today become a stronger economic world than it has been or was 30, 40 years ago. So we believe in that. In terms of carbon trading systems, I personally would rather put my faith in voluntary carbon markets than trying to create a voluntary carbon market ecosystem. And I look at that as an ability to attract investors into projects that are requiring revenue from non-traditional sources and can crowd in additional private sector revenue to provide carbon solutions, development of technologies, development of nature. That, for me, I think, is the more empowering version of carbon pricing. It's creating a carbon investment opportunity through a voluntary carbon offset market with good regulation, good legitimacy, good validation. So it's not avoiding the issue, but that can crowd in investment alongside traditional forms of investment, bank debt, private equity, public equity, concessionary finance. It can crowd in another source of investment into some projects that need that investment source.
Okay, so with the minutes we have, I want to just ask, Stefan, you have about 1,000 employees in the region through your portfolio companies that you're invested in, and you likened your presence in the Middle East to what it was like in APAC 2 decades ago. I think you mentioned Singapore specifically. And I just wondered, you know, how are you thinking about both about this region as a place of investment, and is there a gap to be filled by private equity and firms like yours?
Yeah, I guess the comparison I drew is the following. You know, when we started to be active in Asia about 25 years ago, so not super early, but probably for private market, you know, comparisons relatively early. And we have chosen Singapore in 2004 actually as our hub in Asia. And that was not necessarily for the reason that Singapore in itself was actually such a relevant economy, but we clearly saw Singapore as a growing gateway to Northern Asia, to Southeast Asia. And I think in a little bit of similar way, you know, we see the GCC, Qatar, you know, as a gateway to something that is bigger than the GCC, you know, including India, the global south. And in that context, we also see that our portfolio companies, a bit like 25 years ago in Asia, become more and more relevant here. You know, we have in Qatar about 300 employees in our portfolio companies. You know, we just grow literally by the month actually here. And this is simply because, you know, it is attractive for our portfolio companies. And that's often because also of indirect activities out of Qatar or out of the GCC. What is the role of private market? I think it will be a very natural development. I'm not so sure whether, there is a necessity for instance, specific schemes to attract money very quickly or for certain things. I think what happens is usually these things take care of themselves automatically if there is a market. This is what happened in Asia. This is what I see with our portfolio companies here in the region. As relevance of certain sectors, this is the consumer sector here, that's certainly energy technology for sure, but it's also education actually, which is a big thing in GCC in Qatar. As these sectors grow, portfolio companies come here and money actually flows into the region. So I think it's a very natural process. In that sense, I'm not sure whether there's a gap. I think it's just a natural process, which takes a little bit more time. My gut feeling is it will be a little bit faster than in Asia 25 years ago.
And Noel, this is the 70th anniversary of HSBC operating in Qatar. And you're the largest international bank in the region. So I'm just curious, how does building a bank in the Middle East differ from other parts of the world?
I think there are core parts of building a business. First, be committed long-term to a market and work through the cycles, the good cycles, the bad cycles. Don't be in and out. So that's a philosophy I think that's important. Build long-term relationships. It's not about doing deals or doing transactions. It's about building relationships, understanding each other, and then finding ways to help and do deals then flow as a consequence of a relationship. And I think if there's one thing I've learned in my 37 years at HSBC, and I've said many times to frontline bankers, your job is to build relationships and then transactions will follow. Your job isn't to do transactions. And I think in markets like Asia, the Middle East, it very much is about having a consistent presence, good times and bad times, building relationships, building empathy and understanding, and the rest looks after itself.
And one final question, just maybe to the panel, and maybe start with Rohit, just on that point. But how are Middle East sovereign fund flows shaping discussions around global investments and regulation?
Well, look, it's a big force. You have about almost $4 trillion of sovereign wealth funds from this region. And that capital is investing over $100 billion a year globally. So it clearly is a big force. For us, we find it an opportunity to sort of partner with the funds here as we look at opportunities elsewhere. It's interesting that I do find that there's been a slight change with some of the countries here now as they're investing overseas. They're also looking as to what their investments could bring back to the region for the development of the region, which was, I guess, different from what it was earlier. So I would say it is bringing the Middle East a lot more into focus globally, but it's also making people alive to the opportunities out here. So I would say from a Singapore perspective or Temasek perspective, whereas I don't think our capital in itself can add to very much out here, but our portfolio companies that have something to bring in the transformation of this region. So we have a big port company, we've got banks like DBS Bank, we've got real estate companies, we've got power utilities, waste to power companies. All those companies have something to bring to the region. And they're all seeing a big opportunity out here. And it's for people like us, so now we're getting more conscious and encouraging these companies to come and saying, we'll invest alongside you. Because I don't think for us, investing just on our own, just as a financial investor, I don't think we're bringing that much and we can't be that competitive. But it has brought the region into focus. Just the money that's going out from here is also bringing the region into focus in reverse.
And just very quickly, because I know you've worked with, or you've been across from one of the Abu Dhabi funds, and I wonder, what can you tell us just how you do work with counterparts, from the Middle East, and in terms of sharing expertise and information?
Well, since we're both investing globally, I mean, there's the situation, for example, in India, there was a hospital investment we did, and we had 59%, we didn't need to own more than 51. We syndicated part of that out, and there were funds out here that came and sort of invested alongside us. Similarly, in Asia, right now, for a lot of funds here are beginning to look more at Asia. And places like China, we have actually been there around for 20 years. So we find some of these funds want to work with us as we look at opportunities out there. So I think it's a good partnership. We both benefit from engaging with each other, And then some areas, particularly in areas like sports and gaming and a few other areas where they've been investing in the West, those are areas we've not invested in the past. And so if there are opportunities and they come to us, I mean, those we can look at seriously too.
Okay, unfortunately, we're just right down to the wire, but I want to just end where I started, again with Noel. You said you're going to pursue a portfolio career, looking at multiple roles at different companies after a period of R&R. And where will the Middle East fit in your next chapter?
Well, listen, I've got huge affection for the Middle East, huge affection for Asia. I've been an international banker for ages, so I hope to have some engagement continuing going forward. I've got to keep this going and maybe slow down on using the body so much with too much international travel, but I'm looking forward to a bit of rest and relaxation and then re-engaging on a variety of topics that I'll be involved in going forward. But it's, I love the Middle East and I love international business. It's been 37 years of my life.
Okay. No, thank you. And thank you, panel. Thank you.
Well, everyone, that concludes our morning sessions. The general lunch will be held just outside these doors in the networking space. You can also join us at one of 2 lunch breakout briefings, which are happening soon in the Fairmont Hotel. Please join us back here for 3 p.m. That is when our afternoon sessions are going to begin. We will see you then.
Please welcome back to the stage, Bloomberg's Haslinda Amin.
Thank you. Hello there, and welcome back to the last sessions of the day. We've heard from the finance ministers earlier, and now we'll speak to the central bankers on monetary policies and how to tame inflation, combat a strong dollar, and of course how AI could revolutionize banking as we know it. So let's get started.
Please welcome to the stage His Excellency Sheikh Bandar bin Mohammed bin Saud Al Thani, Governor of the Qatar Central Bank, and Fatih Karahan, Governor, Central Bank of the Republic of Turkey, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Jumana Bersachi.
Hello again, everybody, and welcome back from lunchtime. So I'm really looking forward to this next panel, and their excellencies and myself were having a chat offline, and I said to them, it's really difficult to be a central banker because it's like shorting an option for those of you who are involved in finance in the room. If you're cutting rates, it's because growth is weak and people are losing their jobs. And if you're hiking interest rates, it's because inflation is high and people's incomes are seeing a hit. So whatever you do, people are going to be criticizing. But if you add your monetary policy and price stability mandate to all of the other things that central banks have to think about today, from climate change to artificial intelligence, it really does make for an interesting mix. So throughout the course of this conversation, we're going to talk about some of the macroeconomic challenges, and then we'll switch to perhaps some of the more medium-term challenges, artificial intelligence being one of them. Your Excellency, I'd like to start with you. 2022, 2023, I feel the discussions with central banks have just been dominated by inflation, the inflationary outlook. What started off as a supply shock became more of a demand shock over time. How do you see the global inflationary outlook from here onwards?
Thank you for having me, Jumana. As you know, in 2023, the inflation has been improved significantly. That due to the improvement in supply chain, as well as the decline in the prices of foods and energy. But from the beginning of 2024 until today, the inflation has been varied from country to another, from geographical area to another. For example, in the United States, the inflation is still high. In the beginning of the year, there was expectation for cutting like three cuts for this year. But now things changed because the numbers, the data that's coming from the economy is changed. So in U.S., the inflation is still high, and the interest rate might stay higher for longer. While in Europe, for example, we can see that the numbers and the data that can interest rate in Europe than in U.S. Any central bank will not move to cut an interest rate unless they are confident enough that the inflation is to its target level. They need more confident data for them to move and cut interest rates.
Yeah, that's certainly the messaging that we're getting from central bankers. Dr. Fatih, let me ask you about Turkey, because the dynamics there are a little bit different. You've got inflation close to 70%, 69%. You just recently upgraded your year-end forecast to 38% from 36%, but that's still very much below where inflation is right now. And people often say that you have to see it to believe it. So what are you doing to manage people's inflation expectations?
Thank you. So the latest reading is 69.8%. And actually in May, because of base effects, it's on track to go up a little further, probably reaching 75% or so. And then we're on the verge of a big decline in inflation in the second half of the year. There's a couple of factors in this. One is there's going to be some favorable base effects, but also the underlying trend of monthly inflation has been coming down because of the tightening that we have done. Now, if you look at market expectations, the markets agree 100% that inflation is going to come down quite a lot. We disagree a little bit on where it's going to end. Our forecast and our target for year-end is 38%. But market expectations, being around 44%, and our policy rate being, 50% in simple terms, 64% in compound terms, is actually quite a tight stance. And if you look at, financial conditions, various indicators of market interest rates are quite high, and credit growth, which is a leading indicator of demand conditions, has come down quite a bit. So we think in the second half of the year is going to be really supportive of this inflation, and we'll be, on track to hit our targets.
So thank you for spelling out how you envisage the inflation profile. Let me just ask you, if you did get an upside surprise in inflation, higher than what you penciled in, would you hesitate to hike interest rates again? I know you've said you'll do whatever it takes.
So, great question. Look, you talked about the popularity of central bankers, or actually unpopularity. We're not in the business of being popular. We're in the business of doing our job, which is to get back, inflation back on track to reach price stability. We've had upside surprises before. This happened in the month of February, in March when we had the February reading, which was a lot worse than we anticipated, and we reacted strongly. So we're cognizant of the risks, upside risks, and we're ready to act to do whatever it takes to bring inflation down by the end of this year in line with our forecast. But it's not just this year. Our longer-term forecast, target is 5%. So our goal is to bring it down to 38% this year, and then 14, and then to single digits, and then thereafter too. So it's a long process, and we remain committed to keep our policy stance tight.
Well, the last time a central banker said whatever it takes, they were successful. So this is version 2. Let me ask you about, Your Excellency, about the importing of tight monetary policy that Qatar has from the US. Obviously, you have a pegged currency, and you spoke about the Fed and the position that they're in now, that they are hesitant to start cutting rates before they're sure that inflation is on the right path. How does the tightness of the monetary policy that's set by the Fed affect Qatar and the Qatari economy? And would it be a relief for you if they did actually start cutting interest rates?
Yeah. Thank you for this question. As you know, we are pegged to US dollar. And as a central bank, our main duties is to maintain the peak rate. So that's why we are keeping the interest rate high in the state of Qatar. Despite that, the inflation has been declined to a reasonable level. Our job is to maintain the peak rate. Our job is to make sure that we don't see any capital outflow from our market. So we have to manage between having a balance between monetary policy and also maintain growth, as well as protecting the economy from outflow of the capital. Historically, this regime worked very well for the state of Qatar. We are going to keep our currency pegged to US dollar.
Yeah. I heard that earlier from His Excellency Jadran as well on our earlier panel. Let me ask you a question about growth. How important is it to the central bank that keeping rates restrictive doesn't tip the economy into the recession?
Thank you. So if you look at Turkish growth, the growth of Turkish economy, last year, for example, growth was strong, but it was entirely driven by domestic demand. Actually, the contribution of net exports was negative. That means there's a large current account deficit, and that means there's a drain on our international reserves. And so by bringing inflation down to price stability, we'll have healthier growth, more sustainable, maybe at a somewhat lower level than last year, but in the longer term, it will help us grow at a less volatile, more sustainable basis. So we don't see in the longer run a trade-off between the two.
So short term, if it does have an impact, the messaging to the public is going to be long term, the path is still on track.
Yes, we have to bring inflation down. If you ask, anybody in Turkish public, what's their number one concern about the economy, is that the prices are too high and they are growing at a high rate. So our contribution to social welfare, our biggest contribution to social welfare, is going to be by making sure that we go back to price stability.
Well, let's talk about some of the medium-term drivers of inflation. Artificial intelligence, obviously a hot topic here. I'm just curious, maybe if we can start before going into the financial stability aspect, just from a macroeconomic perspective, how you see artificial intelligence impacting medium-term productivity, and if overall you see it as inflationary or disinflationary, because I've heard both arguments.
Okay. Regarding the AI and the relation between AI and the inflation, in the mid-term to long-term, my own belief that the AI will contribute to bring inflation down. Why? Because AI assumed to enhance efficiency and productivity, and also to improve profitability. So that also AI might replace some of the jobs. So the midterm to long term, supposed to contribute to bring inflation down. But in the midterm, in the short term, I believe that AI could contribute to increase the inflation a little bit, because a lot of institutions now, they need to invest in hardware, software, this new technology, training. So that might cause the prices to increase a little bit.
How do you think about it from the Turkish economy perspective? Turkey obviously has a huge manufacturing hub. How does the advent of artificial intelligence and its potential implementation have ramifications on the Turkish economy? How are you thinking about the real economy impact?
Thank you. So first, obviously, it depends on adoption. And for adoption, you need a workforce that's agile, that's adept at change. It can be retrained and can use new technologies. That's going to be really key in making sure that we can adapt to this new technology and we can make the best out of it. Now, in terms of the precise impact on productivity, you can make two different cases, honestly. It's clear that the potential is really huge. I mean, we see it, in the news every day. With every new advancement, there's something, fascinating that comes out of it. What exactly the productivity impact is going to be is a little bit uncertain. It could be the thing that's going to keep us growing at the pace that we've grown in the past. But it could be the thing that's going to make the world grow faster. But it's really too early to say, because there's a lot of work ongoing that's trying to figure out what's the best use of this technology in productive uses. So there's a lot of uncertainty.
Yeah, it's still early days. From a financial stability standpoint, I know the central bank also has oversight over the financial system as well. Do you think that the adoption of AI from the financial system could pose any financial stability risks?
Very great question. First of all, we have to understand that AI is not a new topic for financial industry. Financial industry is a data-driven industry, and financial institutions, they used to have predictive models, algorithm technology, for example, trading. But however, with the new AI technology, we assume that this technology, by adopting this technology in the financial institutions, is going to enhance the efficiency, improve customer experience. They will be able to manage their risk better, as well as to better manage their compliance. So is there a risk or not? There is a risk. And any new technology it comes with a risk. So, but the question is, what type of risk? In my point of view, my concern is about the biased data, data privacy, market manipulation, and reliance on AI for decision making. To some extreme cases, might affect also financial instability. But the main concern is cyber attack for me. So cyber attack and abusing this technology to attack financial institutions, this is my major concerns. So as a regulator, we have to, first of all, we have to improve our institutional capacity, and we have to hire skilled people to closely monitor these new technologies that have been adopted in the financial institutions. Also, regulation is very important. In the state of Qatar, in Qatar Central Bank, we're going to in a few weeks, we're going to issue our first guidelines how to adapt AI in financial institutions. That's going to help financial institutions to better adapt AI and mitigate the risk.
Is that a legal framework that you're putting together? Are you working on a legal framework around the adaptation of AI?
We are working at this stage. We are working in the guidelines. These guidelines now, we send it to the financial institutions as a consultation paper. So we're going to see their feedback, and then it's like a framework. Also, it's govern the data. It's govern how to apply the AI, the risk modeling, etc.
Well, Dr. Fatih, what role do you see for central banks in monitoring and assessing the risks associated with AI? You've got a lot on your plate already. Is this just going to add an extra operational burden to you?
So, I mean, the Turkish Central Bank does not have a supervisory role. It's a different agency. So for us, it's not so much a concern about the systemic risk component, but more, of course, we're monitoring the impact. So there's a couple of use cases for us. One is, for example, just making sure, we get the right insights from real-time data. AI is great in parsing through complex data and generating insights. And so in that sense, it can help us figure out what's going on in real time. But more for the long term, obviously, there's a question of what the impact is going to be on the real economy. And there, there's two margins. One is through inequality, because the labor market effects are a bit uncertain, but AI has the potential to be a little bit different than the last round of technological innovation. The last round was automation that displaced pretty much middle-income jobs, routine tasks, for example, and led to job polarization. But AI has the potential to displace, there's a possibility maybe, we're talking about doctors and lawyers and maybe economists. So it's very different in terms of where in the wage distribution it's going to impact. So the inequality implication can be different. So in that sense, in terms of when we're talking about central bankers, we talk about the natural rate of interest. So inequality is a channel that can affect that. And also productivity growth, which we already talked about. If productivity goes up, obviously then their natural rate goes up. So these are things that we closely keep track of to figure out exactly how AI is going to affect the real economy going forward.
Well, you've inspired a question. I'm going to go back to the beginning, which is a question about the Turkish economy. Since you bring up income inequality, a series of measures were put forward by your Turkish finance minister yesterday, Mr. Şimşek, and I wonder to what extent that package is going to address some of the concerns people have about income inequality in Turkey right now.
So the package, the package that was announced yesterday were a set of spending measures. They're not, they don't have first-order effects on the distribution of income. It's really to help us in our fight against inflation. It's to help us tame domestic demand, which I explained is too high and needs to be moderated. So the Minister of Treasury is coming to our help with the spending package.
Yeah, all working together. Final question to you, Your Excellency. What would you say is the biggest risk on your radar as you think of the outlook in the next couple of years? It doesn't have to be AI. It could be anything that's on your radar. What is keeping you up at night?
Honestly, political instability. We need to see political stability in the regions, in different regions, to see more growth in the economies. We are, as an economist and policymakers in the financial sector, we want to see stability in the regions for the economy to grow.
Yeah. I think everyone here would echo that sentiment. Your Excellencies, thank you so much for this fascinating conversation. We spoke about a lot of topics. I wish we had more time, but thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Her Excellency Mariam Al Suwaidi, CEO of the Securities and Commodities Authority of the United Arab Emirates, Jim Coulter, founding partner and executive chairman of TPG, His Excellency Professor Njuguna Ndung'u, Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury and Economic Planning, Republic of Kenya, and Samaila Zubeiru, President and CEO of the Africa Finance Corporation. For a conversation with Bloomberg's has Linda Amin.
Well, it is a race to net zero and to keep 1.5 degrees alive. And to get there, we need radical solutions, not to mention $7 trillion annually. But that's just an estimate. The figure changes according to who you speak to. So how do you get all the stakeholders, regulators, investors, companies, to come together to find a more cohesive and strategic response? So Marla, let's start with you, because we know that climate is a huge issue for Africa. It loses something like $7 to $15 billion a year because of climate. How are you looking? What is your approach when it comes to climate?
Thank you very much for that question. I think in 2022, we published a white paper on Africa's pragmatic path to net zero. There we argued that in spite of Africa not being responsible for most of the greenhouse gas emissions, and the fact that we're the most severely impacted by the adverse impacts of climate, we can play a big part in the solutions. And we argued that Africa's best part is not to reduce emissions that we don't have right now, and that there's a window for us to have a different trajectory for growth. Actually, most of the developing countries have an opportunity to take a different growth path so that that is less carbon intensive and has less emissions. So our view is Africa has over 40% of the minerals and resources that are required for the energy transition, because the energy transition is going to be electric. It means that it will be electrified going forward. And Africa has a lot of those minerals and metals. It also has significant renewable energy sources to process those minerals and metals with the least carbon intensity. So if you think of the fact that the world is going to go electric, you need lithium-ion batteries, you need copper, cobalt, you need wires, bauxite, so all of those things are in Africa. And in Africa, you can process them, with renewable energy sources. So the International Energy Association tells us that we have 10,000 gigawatts of solar potential with just 1% built. We have 110 gigawatt potential of wind energy with just about 11 gigawatts built. We have 15 gigawatts of geothermal energy with less than 1 gigawatt built. We have 400 gigawatts of thermal gas potential with less than 5% built. And if we're going to move significantly, to an electric world, it only makes sense that these minerals and metals are processed in Africa. And we're working on several initiatives around that. We have special economic zones and industrial parks that we've built and are transforming African produce and African minerals and metals into semi-finished and finished goods. We are just about to start processing the minerals and metals. We are now focused on adaptation. Again, we argue that Africa's infrastructure is yet to be built. So in building infrastructure going forward, we need to incorporate climate risk in fiscal Africa to build. And we are raising an infrastructure climate resilient fund where we got Green Climate Fund to work with us on a blended finance architecture whereby they're providing the first loss, and we are raising second loss from ourselves and our counterparts, pension funds, and sovereign wealth funds as well, to demonstrate that there is capacity within Africa to fund the energy transition, and we are making steps to fund that. We are also focused on how to increase energy access, and we are investing in renewable energy. We're actually one of the largest renewable energy investors on the continent today, and we have recently commissioned a wind farm in Djibouti that is going to move the country to their part. They have chosen a part that they want to be 100% powered by renewable energy, and we are helping them on that part. And there are many initiatives that we're working on, across solar and wind in Egypt, in South Africa, in Kenya, geothermal in Kenya, wind, solar in Senegal. All across the continent, there is potential for us to advance the energy transition. Our focus has been on developing to de-risk, and then inviting partners to work with us.
We'll build on some of the things that you said slightly later. Secretary Dungo, for Kenya, it's also critical, right? I mean, you just had a flooding, which caused the deaths of more than 200 people. How are you doing things differently, looking at climate differently?
Thank you very much indeed, and I'm very happy to be here. But let me also say that the person who was invited to this forum was His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya, so I substituted him. And you could have seen.
We're glad to have you with us.
You could have had more drama with a champion of climate change in Africa, that is President William Ruto. Let me say that as the Cabinet Secretary to the National Treasury, the whole issue is why am I talking about the net zero? It's because just like you have mentioned, we have had a drought in 2022, one of the major droughts, followed by El Nino, and now we have maybe one of the most devastating flood season in Kenya. And that tells you the severity of the problem. From my end, is diversion of fiscal resources to cater for lives, to save lives. You can imagine that we cannot even talk about what he's talking. We have 93% of our energy as renewable. And I would agree with him, investing in this renewable is very, very important. But for us, even the transmission is going to be more critical. But can we manage to do that? We cannot manage to do that because you can see we have layers and layers of severe negative climatic shocks. So they have diverted a lot of space, fiscal space into that. But then, let me go back to your question. I think the first thing is actually to recognize that we have to shift. We have to make a proper shift in terms of investing in adaptation and resilience. And that's very, very critical. And it has to start from the low end. We have like the tree planting, for example, across. Over the weekend, I was even giving school children fruit trees because I believe that that is where we have to start in terms of the investment we need to change. The ecological restoration is going to be very, very critical. And that for us is very, very important. And then we go into, for example, we were excited when we started talking about climate change and carbon markets. But there are difficulties even creating that kind of regulations required in terms of entry into that space, and even the whole spectrum of what we really need to do in terms of changing the technological transformation that is required to resolve this is quite massive. And so we are working on different fronts. And can I say, there are so many moving parts. And we have to make sure that we predefine where we start in all these moving parts so that we have a tractable path of net zero, investment in net zero. There are so many aspects of that, but I can come back to those later. But for now, I think a whole range of, let's say, transformative, innovative thinking is required in this area, so that we not only move in a tractable path, but at the same time, we first of all deal with the most, should I say, serious, imposing factors that are inhibiting us even from thinking beyond the path that we want to take.
And Dr. Mariam, for the UAE, has a huge carbon footprint. It's about greening the whole economy, not just growing the green economy.
Yes.
Put that in perspective for us.
Okay. Well, let me start by thanking the QEF and Bloomberg for this opportunity. The subject of sustainability is very relevant now. And the UAE is conscious of its carbon footprint, which is clearly reflected by its giant efforts at sustainability. So the UAE I mean, there are a lot of plans in the UAE. Now we are looking into having a mix of energy. We have the UAE Energy Strategy 2050. So we are now exploring a different mix of energy to, of course, fuel the economy of its needs, along with also looking into environmental also goals. So we have now renewable, we have nuclear, as well as clean sources, clean energy sources. So all of this, of course, we are taking into account that we need to have those powers in order to serve the economic requirement of the UAE as well as environmental sustainability. So to give you an example, I mean, we have now, we are also exploring different, like peaceful, the UAE peaceful energy, the peaceful energy program, nuclear program. It's very successful. We have, it plays a major role in decarbonizing. We have also Al Baraka nuclear energy plant, which is expected to save up to 22 million tons of carbon emissions each year. And also we have in the UAE the biggest three solar plant in the world. And the lowest cost. They are the largest and the lowest cost. So the Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum Solar Park, it's the single point solar park in the world, and it's the largest single point, and it is expected to reduce over 6.5 million tons of carbon credit, carbon emission when completed. So, I mean, and what better proof of our commitment than hosting the global community of, to fight climate change, which is as the host of COP28. So the COP28 declaration called the UAE, consensus is like it was the historic agreement to transition away from fossil fuels. So all of this, I mean, that shows how seriously we taking the matter.
And Jim, we talk about the climate revolution, right? I mean, you have 30 years under your belt. I think 3 years in climate specifically. How does this climate revolution differ to other investment ways that you've seen in your career?
It's fascinating to sit on this panel. I was wondering what I'm doing here. I guess that I'm the practitioners. We have policy, we have development finance, we have markets, but my goal is actually to get the money going. And for those of you I don't know, I run the world's largest private equity fund focused on climate. And what I can bring is a bit of an on-the-ground perspective. So I think we have a lot to learn from the technology revolution. And it actually starts with perception. I don't know how many of you go to tech conferences. They're the same as climate conferences. Same bad coffee, same bad buffet. But the sound is very different. In a tech conference, everything is going to happen tomorrow. We're going to have self-driving cars in 2 years. AI is taking over the world the day after tomorrow. And everything is possible. When you go to a climate conference, we're never going to fix the grid in 50 years, and pestilence and death is there for all of us. Now, all of those things may be right. But we've spent so long focused on the need side of the coin that I'm not sure we've flipped it over to see the opportunity side of the coin. And the $7 trillion a year that has to be spent will not come if there's not $7 trillion probably of profit attached to it. And so one of the things we can learn from technology is that we have to define not only the need, but the opportunity. Policy moves on need, business moves on opportunity. Yes. And I think we've been so focused for so long and so rightly on the need here that we may actually be missing the opportunity. The other thing we've learned in climate is that it takes focus. You cannot be a tourist in the climate area. In the tech area, the people who were in the middle of it, who had a deep understanding of what was happening, were the people who actually saw the way. and built the progress. One of the issues that I think we all have in the climate world is it's dispersed. There hasn't yet formed up a leadership outside of policy on how this is going to happen. And I think what we can learn about platforms, about business models, and how they can be applied to change can be transitioned from technology to climate.
You talk about opportunity and meeting the needs. It's also about returns to incentivize investors. And AFC, I know, have done pretty well in terms of getting those returns. Talk to us what you've done differently to get there.
Thank you for that. So again, like Jim mentioned, we've tried to look at the opportunity. And for us, the opportunity is developing to de-risk, so that you can make a case that is investable. And once you prove an investable case, working with partners to deploy that capital, innovating as you go to move from spending 5 years to get to financial close after you put in the equity, to finding ways to do construction finance, equity bridge, so that you can move away from thinking about whether the project will happen to actually looking at the cash flows from the project. So what we've done in the most recent project we commissioned, as soon as we got the PPA agreed with the government, we got a political risk guarantee in place, and we just went to tender, and we got the technology provider, proven track record, and we provided a construction finance instrument so that to build out the plant. So by the time we were talking to lenders, they could see the wind farm, they could see the masts, they could actually see the grid connection being in place, they could see transition lines, so they knew that we just have to look at the potential cash flows that will come through. And then we do that because, Africa is perceived to be so risky, but the reality is not so. So what we are trying to do always is to move people closer to the reality as opposed to the perception of risk in Africa. And our returns, like you mentioned, demonstrate that we're actually more profitable than most listed infrastructure funds. So if you look at our returns over the last 12 years, they've been stellar. And what we do is constantly develop to the risk and distribute to partners, reduce the perception of risk, show actual results. Like I mentioned, we just are commissioning a wind, solar, and storage farm in Morocco to provide 8% of the energy requirements of the United Kingdom. Again, that is to demonstrate that Africa has the potential to work for itself and the rest of the world.
Right.
I want to punctuate this. All of us understand the opportunity, the need, but I want you to think about cell phones when you think about energy in Africa. There was a moment in 2000 where Africa basically leapfrogged. It just went right around landlines and built into a new technology, and some of the most interesting financial inclusion tools in the world came out of that. So we have to transition energy in Africa, but actually energy addition allows us to leapfrog if we focus on the opportunity, not just the need.
And also for Kenya, your power generation is green. How are you leveraging that, and what kind of financing needs do you have to help you advance that even more?
That is how I was going to ring fence his point about policies need and also opportunities coming from private sector, because essentially we do imagine that the cost of transition is massive and we cannot make it. But the private sector is there. Private sector is there. It doesn't have constraints like individual governments. It doesn't have constraints in terms of finance, but it also doesn't have constraints in terms of technology. And the third one is that it is very sensitive to time to build. So in a sense, they can actually make sure that it moves with speed. We have a major cost in terms of upcoming transition cost, but we also have a massive cost in terms of debt. So you can imagine those two are inhibiting and pushing us to a low equilibrium trap. And that is why taking advantage of the private sector in terms of its own capacity and resources and also technology available becomes very, very important, so that we take advantage of that to actually bring the private sector to act. Then it means that we have to provide the policy space for them to act. So in actual fact, the solution is the policy space.
And for the UAE, capital is actually growing. I mean, when it comes to green bonds, sukuk issuances, you saw a record, and that's because of some of the measures that you've implemented.
Yes. Well, I represent the Securities and Commodities Authority, Capital Markets Regulatory Authority, and so since I spent like a substantial part of my life in, in this career, I have seen it. The regulators have, has to play an important role in influencing the dialogue and efforts to contain, climate change, as well as to drive sustainability. So in the UAE Net Zero 2050 strategic plan or initiative, which aligns with the Paris Agreement, as well as the UAE Green Strategy 2030 target. It aims toward having sustainable efforts in this regard. So, of course, I mean, it's a long journey, and if you have such a long journey, you have like a strategic objective, you need to break it into smaller goalposts. One of the first goalposts is to have a common understanding of objectives. That is to have a common taxonomy. And then all relevant regulators should come together to one platform and join hands. We have done this, and we have started that in the UAE. All the regulators, ministries, authorities have formed the Sustainable Finance Working Group, which is, I mean, it contains all, the regulator in the UAE, and we have agreed on 3 public statements. One is like enhancing sustainability-focused corporate governance, bolstering disclosure, sustainability-related disclosure and sustainability reporting, and also having a taxonomy specific to the UAE. Right. Yeah. So I mean, as well as you said, in regard to the SCA, the Securities and Commodities Authority, we have issued. I mean, we have classified some bonds and sukuk as green. Just of course to encourage companies, and we had a big issuance, and also to reward them, we exempted regularity fees from this issuance, as well as mandating sustainability report for investors in the annual reporting.
We talked about how we need radical solutions, innovation. Jim, I mean, is there any climate innovation that you're excited about, that you've seen out there? Pockets of innovation, perhaps?
So many. We're cracking natural gas and making hydrogen and clean carbon black for tires. We have EV toll companies that are electrifying air travel. We have new SAF technologies that are going to allow us to actually suck carbon out of the air and make it into jet fuel. What I'd like to leave with this group is, on the front lines, we've met with 1,200 companies. There are solutions there. There is a sorting function that needs to go on. There is a lack of human capital who understand the peripheral vision of what's happening in this market. But beyond the need, what I'm seeing on the ground is extraordinary opportunity. And that transition of how we talk about this, there's a passing of the baton. It started with the scientists, it moved to the policymakers, it moved to those of you who are getting these markets open. Now it needs to move to the people in this room to run the last leg. And what I'm finding is the last legs tend to be pretty fast when you run it, and it's happening much faster on the ground than it is in the discussion. And if we can get some of that speed understood, we'll remind ourselves that capital is going to be the feedstock of this revolution, and all of us need to get the capital moving, and the capital will move to opportunity.
Where would you like capital to go to in Kenya?
I would like capital to go, for example, into renewable energy, because that is actually which can make the whole difference, which can connect us to the land, maybe smart agriculture, industrialization, and support the value chains that we have.
And that's the cheapest energy in the world
That
today.
is the cheapest energy in the world, but even investing in that cheap energy, I talked about transmission channels. But at the end of the day, I need to support his point that at the end of the day, for us to create that momentum, we need to change the institutional DNA. Institutions must be there to protect, develop markets and protect markets. The institutional DNA, I have two qualities for them. The first one is actually to uphold the legal framework. And the second DNA that I define as DNA is actually define the appropriate incentive structure. That is the reward structure. A combination of the legal framework and the appropriate incentives is going to encourage prudent behavior in the marketplace. And that is what is going to give us the drive. Thank you.
Just quickly, we're running out of time. I just wanted to talk about carbon credit. I mean, you talked about how it's failing us, Sumaila, but you say Africa needs to be the center of it. Very briefly, why and how?
So I think we need to focus on what carbon credit support is about: preserving forests, preserving peatlands, and preserving all the systems that can absorb carbon dioxide, the natural system that can absorb carbon dioxide. So the focus should be on preserving them. And our view is that the current practice of trying to just, I would say, feel good about pollution is not the way. I think we should focus on how can we provide alternative livelihoods, for people that are cutting down the trees. We need to keep the trees in the ground. We need to provide them alternative livelihoods. We need to have a clear focus on the 900 million people that don't have access to clean cooking and provide them alternatives. So it's by having the capital to develop good projects that can conserve the forests, that can conserve the peatlands, and that can absorb carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. That is the way to advance carbon credits.
Sumaila, Secretary Dungu, Jim, Dr. Mariam, thank you so much for your time. I think we needed at least an hour for this conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Katie Koch, President and CEO of the TCW Group, Manfredi Lefebvre, Chairman of Heritage Group, and Yi Mei Li, CEO of China Asset Management Co., for a conversation with Bloomberg's Malika Kapoor.
Ime, Katie, Manfredi, welcome. It's great to have you with us. I'm going to get started in a second, but I just want to tell everyone in the audience that we do want to make this session interactive. So do send in your questions, and very shortly we're going to be polling you. So do be ready with your phones. You'll see a QR code. You can scan it and get ready to answer our poll question. Now, we are living in challenging times. We spent the morning talking about the geopolitical tensions we're seeing in the world right now. We have a difficult economy, and we have new problems thrown at us by AI every other day. But I'm an optimist, and I believe we still have an opportunity to accumulate wealth, and we're hoping that over the next half hour or so, you might tell us where those opportunities lie. So, Ime, I want to begin with you. Given that we do have a difficult market environment, we've seen the launch of new funds slow down. So tell me, China AMC's strategy, what is your strategy to deal with such a difficult market?
Well, thank you very much, and it's such a great honor to be here today. Well, it just has been the hardest 3 years, actually, in China's mutual fund industry with such a bearish market environment. But for us, because China AMC, our goal is to actually, well, like Legos, we lay out the cubes that will best position ourselves and our strategies in any kind of environment. So in this kind of scenario, we really try our best to actually use our own money as seed money. So our IPOs didn't really slow down. In the past several years, in the past 3 years, we launched more than 150 new funds, new strategies in different areas that we think will best serve the interest and coming trends in the future.
Manfredi, you have said before that you describe yourself as a contrarian investor and somebody who likes to look at neglected areas. So as of May 2024, what area looks rather neglected to you?
There's so many. I mean, every area which is not sexy is neglected, no?
So what's not sexy at the moment?
Today, for example, in the spirits, we were saying, it's consumers, I don't know why, it's one of the first times with a crisis, consumption of spirits is not growing. But, so it's a great moment to buy businesses and then improve them and grow them. So that's one of the areas. Service companies in certain areas which are, for example, related to shipping. Shipping is a business which is booming, but there are services to shipping which are not in the radar screen of anybody. So if I have to look, I try to look, I wouldn't tell you what I'm looking at, but I mean, there are things which are in areas which are ports and things like this which are neglected. But they have steady flows of business, very good perspectives. Besides being contrarian, I'm opportunistic. And then I try to go where I can bring value added because of my relationships and my knowledge. And I can bring good management with me. Because without good people, whenever I did without knowing I had good people, it didn't go well.
Katie, I want to talk to you about the economic picture. Let's talk about the US Federal Reserve and interest rates. There is a feeling we might see some rate cutting by the end of this year. What does that mean? What would that mean for portfolios and for asset allocation?
Sure. I'm happy to speak to the macro. I'm gonna ask Manfredi one follow-up question to help frame what I was going to say, if I could.
Yes.
So you've invested in many travel companies. We were talking about it, but can you give us a sense of what you're seeing in the consumer? You said spirits is weaker, which would be across the high to low end. And what do you see through travel?
Well, I see the high end. Because I focus there because that's what I understand. That is where I have the relationships with the trade and I have the management. It's extremely strong. I mean, you know, it's an increase of consumers who can trade up. Prices are very good. Margins are improving on what you deliver. So it's very, very good. You do have areas of competition, which is, for example, if you want to order a cruise ship now, it's very competitive because cruises are so expensive, so successful that ordering ships is becoming very expensive. And because it takes now 4 years to build a cruise ship, that would take 3 years. So the capacity of production is always the same, but the number, so it's going to cost more because the costs are related, are the same. So the inflation in general, except for labor, has been massive.
That's helpful. And I wanted to get your thoughts on the consumer because I'll make a quick comment on that in the macro. But big picture, when we look at the rest of the year, I don't have the proverbial crystal ball, so I can't tell you when and if exactly rates are going to be cut. But I want to give people a broader perspective of how we see the world. There's two ways this is going to work out from here. The first is that we get a soft landing, which is what the market's obviously pricing in at the moment. And that happens rarely, but could happen, and that would be amazing. And if we have that soft landing, it's our view that rates would still stay elevated. And then on the other hand, and I'll come back to the implications of this, we get a recession. And the world does move in cycles, so eventually we'll have a recession. It's hard to tell exactly when that would happen, but we are seeing some signs of weakening in the labor market. In order to get an outright recession, I'm talking about the US right now, to state the obvious, we need a weaker consumer. That's why I was asking about the consumer, which makes up 70% of GDP. Make a quick comment on that and then come back to the implications. what we know in the U.S., which I'm going to focus on the U.S. because it's the world's largest economy and the consumer is the largest consumer in the world, so very important for global growth trajectory. We know that the low end of the consumer is under a lot of pressure, and that's come through clearly the last couple of quarters. There's a cost of living crisis. Any consumer company that caters to low-end consumer has reported on that. What we've seen more recently is the middle-class consumer starting to come under some pressure. So if you look at, for example, Starbucks is a great bellwether for the middle-class consumer. They've seen traffic slow down pretty materially. There's just one anecdote, but it's a good way to think about it. Their core customer, their hardcore customer that goes every day, like me, has hung in there, that needs their caffeine and is willing to pay for it. But then the one that goes in there as a treat, which is still the middle-class consumer, has fallen off pretty dramatically. So I would say we're in the early stages of seeing some downward pressure on the consumer. And then, of course, we would need job destruction. And I don't say that lightly. There's human misery that comes with that, but that's what you need for a recession. And we haven't seen that yet. But pulling that together in either of these scenarios, what we would say is that there is the potential of a credit event, because even in the soft landing scenario, if rates stay elevated, we still have a math problem for a lot of companies who had capital structures put in place the last couple of years that were highly levered, and they were put in place with the expectation that rates would stay zero. They haven't, they won't, and those are going to start to come under pressure. We've actually seen the largest number of corporate defaults year to date, not in private credit, which I can come back to, but just broadly corporate defaults that we've seen since the GFC. So there is some pressure there. And then if you get a recession scenario, that's pretty obvious how it creates a credit event. And I'll just end by saying, against that macro backdrop, what does that leave us to be doing? By background, TCW manages private credit, and public equities. In credit markets and public markets, we're overweight securitized assets, agency MBS, which is carrying over the index. And we're waiting for something to break, which we think, regardless of the economic scenario, as I just articulated, there's going to be some likely credit events down the road, and we want to be a liquidity provider when that happens. And I will say that the complacency of the market, to me, is incredible in two ways. First, we've had record IG issuance this year, so there's clearly appetite from, if I were an issuer, I would also issue at record credit tights. But there's been appetite to pick that, not from us, but from others, to pick that up. And I'm just going to end by saying, on the complacency point, there are some difficulties ahead. You alluded to them in your opening comments, and yet we are at equity valuations that are top decile, and we're at credit spreads that haven't been this tight in 20 years. So to us, the credit spreads and the level that they're at now are inconsistent with the macro backdrop, whether we get a recession or not.
Well, I want to see what the audience is thinking. So we have a poll, and I want you all to weigh in on the poll as well. So let's see if we can get the poll question up. Let's see. But I'm going to ask you anyways, and there we go. So which asset class do you believe provides the most compelling opportunities in the next 12 months? So if you have your phones out, please do send in your response. And while we're waiting for the audience to weigh in, let me ask you, which one would you pick? If you can just tell me 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, which one? Email, start with you.
Well, I think definitely both 4 and 5 seems very interesting right now.
Commodities and crypto for you.
Commodity and the cryptos, especially cryptos.
Okay, Manfredi?
Equities. I'm always investing in equities.
Well, equities? Yeah, you're going to stick with equities? Okay.
I'm a simple guy.
Yeah. Okay. Katie?
I think from here, my idea would be in the second category, but more specifically, again, regardless of the macro environment, we see tremendous opportunities for rescue finance.
Okay.
That these higher rates are going to work their way through the system and create one of the first distress cycles in private credit, and great opportunities for rescue finance.
Okay, so it looks like most people are with equities.
Wow, that's
that's interesting, isn't it? So since the room is voting in favor of equities, Manfredi, you talked about, you picked equities, you win.
What surprise.
What surprise.
In the long run, it's no comparison what you get. If you have staying power, you can finance any kind of revenue drop on companies. If the product is good, there's no comparison on return.
But you have a very interesting way of picking equities. You do it directly, don't you?
Yes. I only, on the stock exchange, one stock, which I know very well, Royal Caribbean.
Yes. Yes, of course.
I'm very confident. I know that it's incredible, very well-managed company, fantastic sector.
So how do you pick the equities that you're going to put your money in?
It's very opportunistic.
Okay.
It's very opportunistic. Then I try to give myself rules. So when I divested my Silver Sea company, I tried to give myself a rule. I said, okay, I immediately bought a company, Abercrombie & Kent. Then I said, okay, I'll keep, that's going to be 1/3. Then I'll keep about 40% cash. This is shares. I don't want to have problems in my life. Then I'll invest some of it. The problem is I invested too well my money when I bought my business. So now it's overwhelming, the part which is the business, Abercrombie & Kent and Crystal. So I have to find a way to fix it, to rebalance in other ways. So then we get a lot of opportunities. So Ukraine war starts. A friend of mine had 50% of a company with a partner. The partner had to sell because he was submerged by debt. I was the only buyer. So I gave him a price out of mercy. It was a great company, and it's growing, and it's, of course, it was in the spirits. It's a great opportunity. And they brought us another business where you talk about 100,000, these kind of things. So they brought me a startup, which is not really a startup, already developed ice cream production. A very good Italian ice cream. Italian ice creams are the best, we all know.
Yeah.
And so then I committed some of the money. Then it's small money, so I don't want to lose too much time on small things. Then I went to the people working with me and I said, I syndicated, I gave them 100,000 tickets to these people. They're going to make 5 times their money. They could not do it by themselves, but following me, they could do it.
But Katie, this is an interesting time for someone who wants to put their money in equities, right? Because the number of IPOs we're seeing, it's going down. I mean, last year was low. It was the year before that, the number of deals was even lower. So talk to me about what a challenge this is for people wanting to put their money in equities.
Yeah, there's 2 separate issues. So at the meta level, the public markets are shrinking pretty dramatically.
Right.
And that is shrinking the opportunity set. I mean, you've only found one, right, that you like, Royal Caribbean. But it is...
I know it very well. I mean, it's...
And which is a good... you should invest in what you know, so I respect that.
Yeah.
But it has shrunk from 7,000 companies 20 years ago to half that. And that's happened for a variety of reasons. The perpetual availability of private capital through private equity. It's less fun to be a public equity CEO now. And that's a real trend that we should be aware of. I'll come back to. Last year, again, there was less IPOs than people thought. Part of it's that secular trend. Part of it was just that there wasn't visibility on rates, and so the IPO market closed.
Right.
We've seen some recovery this year. But I think the point you're making is a good one. We are in an environment where the public markets have shrank, and just, again, 50% less companies than there were 20 years ago. There should be multiples more than there were. And so investors have to be really selective when they think about what parts of the public markets they want to invest in. And obviously, ideally, they should be capturing part of that opportunity set through private markets as well, both equity and debt. One last comment. I think when you look at credit markets, what we're seeing, and the private credit's become obviously very topical, it's very mirror to what happened in my experience running equity markets for the last 20 years. We're just in the early stages of the credit markets being disrupted and more public capacity going private. And ultimately, obviously, what we're all trying to do is build portfolios for investors that cover both. And I'll just end by saying in equity markets, what we do at TCW is that we acknowledge that the developed markets, and in particular the S&P 500, is available highly efficiently with liquidity and tax efficiency and transparency for almost 0 basis points. So we don't compete in that part of the market. What we do is we offer very differentiated equity strategies that are either highly concentrated in developed markets, or we're focused on 3 themes of disruption that we build portfolios in that we think are positioned to win over the long term. And they're focused on AI, climate transition, and supply chain disruption are the main areas we're focused on thematically. And I believe that you can still find clients to partner with you if you do things that are active and differentiated and oriented for the long term. There's a lot of inefficiency out longer term, and people are underweight those themes in a market cap weighted portfolio. So they're good ones for clients to lean into.
I want to come back to AI, but before we do that, Ime, you had picked in the poll commodities and crypto. Now, China Asset Management, your company, launched a crypto ETF in Hong Kong just a few weeks ago. Is that right?
Yeah.
So what's the response been? And are you finding that people really are looking for more diversified portfolios?
Yeah, that was really a great experience because it was 2 weeks ago, actually, exact 2 weeks ago. So I guess that was one of the defining moments in Hong Kong's capital market, because it's the first time actually we can have a spot ETF and we can do in-kind creation for cryptocurrencies. And this is very surreal in the sense that finally there's a connection between the crypto world and then the traditional, financial markets. So from our point of view, and this is the first time actually people, especially for real, retail investors. So in the past, the traditional retail investors, if they want to invest in cryptocurrency, there's huge barriers, and they have no idea how to do it. And now we can see that so many distribution channels in the past, they don't really want to talk to us. And now they are just, start to actively engaging us how to offer this kind of products to their end investors, which is amazing how much I think the demand and interest are right now in Hong Kong. And also we've seen so many institutional investors, even though this is very early stage, they are trying to test the waters. They are trying to, just buy some and invest a little bit to see how that will affect the volatility and the asset allocation of their portfolio. So this is amazing, and we see great trend and opportunities in this area.
I think, go ahead, Manfredi.
No, ladies first.
I was just going to say, the congratulations on the launch of that. Obviously, in the U.S., we had some big ETF launches in crypto for people who are believers in that asset class. And I would say that those ETF launches are kind of like the IPO phase of the asset class. You said institutions are slowly looking at it. If you are a believer in crypto, this would cement the very early innings of how that asset class
are you a believer?
grow. I think that there's a place for it in people's portfolios.
I guess it's not just real believers, but still I think people are looking at so many ways to diversify the portfolio. And also there was just this joke, because on the first day, one of the Bloomberg anchor actually tweet that if this could reach 1 billion USD in 3 months, he will come to Hong Kong and buy everyone sushi. So we will see if the sushi curve is going to come or not.
Manfredi, one thing I want to ask you is that, over the last couple of years, and it happens when we have political uncertainty in the world, that people shift their assets, right? There's a lot of cross-border movement with money. We saw, for example, a lot of money from Russia move towards the Middle East. Do you think the Middle East can become a global wealth hub the way Switzerland has?
It is already.
It is already?
Yeah. I have so many friends who have moved here or moving here, either their funds or their family assets, and even to live here. And the movement which is going to be out of England, is going to have 66,000 non-doms.
The non-doms, yes.
Seeking for a new home for their money and for themselves. And with the trend of taxation in Europe and in the States, a lot of people are going to start moving. So it is. I mean, what you need is certainty of legal and fiscal environment.
And political
and we have this
stability.
here. Okay. Besides, to be competitive, you need to have less burden on your capital. Because otherwise, you produce capital and you pay taxes, and your competitor in Dubai doesn't. So you need to have reduced taxation. Otherwise, you have a limitation, accumulation of capital or profitability of the companies. So there's the asset here of stability and the certainty of the rule of law, and for corporations and for tax is massive, I think. So I think that it is, and so many more and more people are moving here. I've chosen my life to be in Monaco. It's a small Emirates. We have a ruler who is the prince. There's very big stability. We've always had the same tax rules. They don't change. The governments have very limited authority. The government is the government of the prince. He decides his government and he rules the country. And it's very stable. So you know what is going on. It's an incredible privilege that way. So I think that is, I wanted to add something.
Yeah.
You know, these two ladies, they manage massive capital.
Yes.
Managing massive capital, they have access to very high talent. So I'm competing with them to allocate my money. So I do not have access to the same things they have. So I have always to make myself smart. Where can I beat them? There are a few things where I can beat them. I can beat them through my connectivity, my relationships, because I can go directly, and then my relationship employs immediately my money, which is limited, so I can find. And in the very fast decision-making process. So that's why I have to be very opportunistic, very contrarian, very going in areas which I know well, because otherwise, if I go and I have to compete with them, I'm going to be a loser.
But I don't want to compete. I want to be friends so I can get a good deal. I have your business card here on the Abercrombie and Kent, my next Abercrombie and Kent tour. So
Yes,
we'll be
that's,
friends.
I'm always glad.
Okay.
They never want me to bring, because whenever I bring somebody to the company, I advocate for my friends.
Yeah.
Oh, don't charge them money. I'm not a very good salesman, but in any case.
I can't believe we're almost out of time, but I want to do something a little bit different and fun. We're going to have a rapid fire round. So I'm going to ask you to respond in literally like 3 or 4 words, no more, okay? Biggest challenge to wealth creation, Katie?
Current account deficit in the U.S. driving inflation.
Okay, current account deficit. Manfredi, biggest challenge to wealth creation?
Stupid government legislation.
Okay, accepted.
Which is dominant.
Ime?
Adaptation to new technology.
Oh, I wish we had more time to talk about AI, but we might have to do that backstage. If you had $100,000 US to invest right now, where would you put your money?
I would do capital solutions, rescue finance for companies struggling with the interest rate.
Manfredi?
Small ice cream company, which is going 5 times the money over money in 5 years.
Okay, that sounds good to me.
And delicious.
Already did it.
And half in crypto and half in AI equity.
Okay, there you go. This is the biggest election year in the history of the world. We have multiple elections going on, US elections coming up in a few months. Geopolitics, as we know, does affect wealth creation. The next president of the US will be?
No idea.
I'll give you a pass on that.
Me?
Yes.
What my wallet hopes.
What your wallet hopes. Yes. Who's going to be better
He hopes
for
Trump, the wallet.
The wallet hopes Trump?
The heart will say, I'm not American, so it's nothing of my concern. For my money, I think Trump. But I don't think he's going to win.
Okay.
Because the deep state is, I mean, look at him. Everybody's campaigning, he has to be in a courtroom.
Ime?
Well, I wish it's either Michael Bloomberg or Michelle Obama.
We can send that message back. And my last question is, wealth to me, what does wealth mean to you? Wealth to me is?
Time with my family.
Manfredi?
Freedom of choice.
I love that.
Well, the ability to change a better world.
Oh, what a good note to end on. Thank you so much, Ime, Manfredi, Katie. Thank you so much
Thank
for your
you.
time.
Thank you to everybody.
Thank you.
Every crisis in the West for the last 50 years has been ultimately resolved by the intervention of government.
Please welcome to the stage Kenneth C. Griffin, founder, CEO, and co-chief investment officer of Citadel, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Eric Schatzker.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ken Griffin, thank you so much for joining us here in Doha. Eric, mic's not working? All right, we'll wait for them to, there we go. It seems to be working now. Yeah. We can sort these things out.
All right, let's start that all over again.
Let's start this all over again. Ken Griffin, thank you so much for joining us here in Doha.
Eric, it is great to be here today.
We have a lot to talk about, as usual, folks. I have been fortunate enough to have a long-standing relationship with Ken and have had the opportunity to interview him many times. I think of this as an evolution in so many ways, Ken, of things that we've touched on in the past. One of those things, of course, is geopolitics, a subject you've heard.
What a graceful way to describe aging.
An evolution. Geopolitics is a subject that has come up already many times on this stage, Ken. The world, as you know, is divided by conflicts. We have hot wars in Ukraine and Gaza, and a Cold War, you might say, between the United States and China. And increasingly, these conflicts are forcing states to pick sides, and thus they're realigning global trade and investment. What we'd like here, Ken, is your perspective on the trajectory of these geopolitical trends and your ideas as to how they're shaping or perhaps reshaping the macroeconomic landscape you have to navigate at your firm, Citadel and Citadel Securities.
So that's a great question, because it was just a few years ago that I think most of us viewed the world as heading towards geopolitical stability.
A better place, in other words, yeah.
Yes, and a more integrated market, both financial, flows of goods, flows of services, and even the integration of labor markets. And now, with both the war in Europe, the tension between the United States and China, and then in a different way, what's unfolding in the Middle East between Israel and Hamas, it's very clear we live in a different world than we had all experienced and fantasized about just a few years ago. Now, the upshot of this is that the traditional alliances post-World War II are regaining strength. You see the NATO countries coming together more tightly. You see the United States trying to pull its allies closer together, whether it's Australia in the Pacific or our allies in Europe. So there is definitely a reassertion of the importance of global institutions, and in particular the post-World War II frameworks that are once again at play. As an investor, it's an interesting point in time, because if you are in the United States, there's a sense that deploying capital in the markets of our clear allies is the safest path to go. In fact, you'll often hear American money managers, for example, say that China is uninvestable because of the tension between the United States and China. That's on clear display. And yet, if you're here in the Middle East, where China is an important importer of oil and other products from across the region, it's a very different story. China's clearly investable because of the closeness forming between China and this part of the world. So you do see both the re-strengthening of historical relationships, new ties being built, and capital follows the flows of these geopolitical arrangements.
Are you worried about the direction the world is headed?
I mean, of course I am. And I'm willing to bet that you are also. This is not where we want to see the world head for just a number of obvious reasons. I mean, first of all, global trade, which had adverse consequences that we're learning about to this day, still unleashed an enormous amount of gain for humanity. And with the rise of global trade became the rise of information sharing around the world, which rapidly accelerated the trajectory of mankind. I mean, of note, the Chinese, for example, are leaders in solar, they're leaders in EVs, they're leaders in a number of emerging technologies. In a world which is more splintered, we'll see the gains that the Chinese have achieved in these important areas not shared by the Western countries. And conversely, the United States is a clear leader in AI, along with a number of the European countries, and those gains will not be shared with China and the countries in its sphere of influence. So it's a very clear-cut loss for all of humanity when we have the severing of ties between our countries.
On a practical level, is it getting harder to manage the risks you face?
I think that one has to be aware that there are more tail risks that are harder to ultimately manage. And that goes with this rise in geopolitical complexity. So I think that's certainly true, that there are just larger tails today that didn't exist, or we didn't perceive them to exist 7 or 8 or 10 years ago. So that is intrinsic in money management today, and that's something that we think about each and every day at Citadel, is how do we mitigate the tail risks in this world?
How do you mitigate the tail risks?
Well, part of it's sizing. So part of it is how much exposure will you have to a strategy or to a particular sector of the economy or to a particular country. That is the go-to playbook for managing your tails, is just what's the most you're willing to have exposed to a possible adverse event. And then the other strategy is to look for correlated payoffs that will protect you in the event that the tail scenario occurs. So those are two things that you do in your portfolio construction to manage against the tail risk in this environment.
Ken, moments ago you mentioned China and EVs. As it happens today, the Biden administration is levying sweeping new tariffs on Chinese imports, including on electric vehicles. How does that change the picture?
Well, it's sort of a continuation of the incoherent economic policies of the Biden administration. We've seen this giant push towards green energy over the course of the last several years, and at the same time, a set of policies that run completely contrary to the stated goal of trying to head towards a zero-carbon world, and placing enormous tariffs on Chinese EVs, which are low-cost, high-quality, of great value to American consumers, is yet another part of the incoherent Biden economic strategy. The other part of the strategy that I scratch my head about is the U.S. refusing to provide new LNG permits. Right? If you want the world to head towards a lower carbon footprint and move away from coal, access to LNG is a really important part of the equation. And yet the United States is refusing to permit new facilities in the foreseeable future.
And also to sell LNG to countries with which the United States doesn't have a free trade agreement.
That's a part of the equation also.
That said, the United States, amazingly, is a bigger LNG exporter than Qatar.
We're neck and neck. We're neck and neck. And it's very important to understand that if you want a country to base its economy on natural gas, they're going to want two suppliers. It's not a win-lose dynamic between the United States and Qatar. It's a win-win. If you look at any good that is required on an existential basis, you're going to want dual source supply, and the rise of the United States as a major LNG exporter only strengthens the position of this region of the world in providing natural gas to other countries.
Going back to China for a moment, we've talked about China in the past. You have what I would call a constructive view of China, certainly more constructive than many people with whom I've spoken. There is, however, strong hostility to China among both Republicans and Democrats. So how would you explain the way you look at the opportunity and the problem that China presents, particularly to the United States?
So that's a treacherous question to have to answer. Let's take a huge step back. I think that my view towards China is rooted in respect. It is rooted in the respect of a country that has pulled more people out of poverty in the last 40 years than any country in the history of the world. It's a remarkable economic achievement that they've unleashed in China. And it was an economic achievement that the United States firmly supported. We believed in America that the rise of a free market economy would lead to the rise of a liberal democracy. It was an explicit calculation that happened in DC that didn't actually happen in reality. So it's important to recognize that this was the goal of the United States, was to see the economic rise of China, hoping it would push it towards a liberal democracy. It didn't happen. The economy rose, did not become a liberal democracy. Having said that, today China is a powerhouse in research and development in a broad number of fields that are very important to the future of all of us around the world. And so long as we're able to maintain a constructive relationship and we can share the best technologies that our two countries and all the countries around the world develop and build, there's an opportunity for gain. Right now, we have, in some sense, a very muddled relationship. And it's almost as if we're trying to maximize the opportunities for mutual pain. And that's a difficult place to be. It makes the Chinese wary of trusting the United States. It makes the United States wary of trusting China. And there's just a lot lost in that equation.
It would make sense if what the United States wants to do is make an enemy of China, but that's not clear.
Well, I don't want to make this a U.S. only is going after China. It's a two-way street. I mean, the Chinese, for example, supporting Russia's ability to wage war in Ukraine doesn't play well in the United States of America. So there's room for both countries to take definitive acts to just turn the temperature down. And, well, if it's a Cold War, then it's to turn the temperature up. I'm not sure which way you go. But to improve the relationships and the dynamic between our two countries.
Ken, Qatar is playing an instrumental role in the peace talks, or the effort to create peace, as it were, between the Israelis and the Palestinians, and to resolve the situation in Gaza and with respect to Hamas. You've been outspoken about the pro-Palestinian protests back in the United States. They've roiled university campuses. You've been particularly critical of your alma mater, Harvard. Here's my question to you. When people here in the Gulf region, and across the globe for that matter, see the chaos at Harvard or Columbia or USC or MIT, and police in combat gear moving to clear encampments, how do you think that shapes their view of America?
Not well. Not well. And what is lost is that what's happening on campus is not free speech, it's anarchy. You know, at Columbia, when they storm a building, they vandalize a building, they're destroying property, and then they ask for humanitarian aid, which is the greatest of all ironies. It's just the wrong dynamic that we're seeing take place on American campuses. These are students, most of these students on campuses are trying to learn, they're trying to have an education, and the universities should be really trying to encourage a constructive debate between the students of different backgrounds, whether they're from the Middle East, whether they're of Jewish origin. It's really important that the generation that will be the generation that runs the world in 40 years tries to learn from this horrible moment in history. And we're not fostering that environment on campuses today. And it's really, it's a huge, huge disappointment that so much of what we see on campus, you've seen the video footage of the kids interviewed. Why are you here? What are you protesting about? Often they can't even answer basic questions about what's happening in the region and why it's taking place.
Can people here, and I suspect those watching us around the world, are eager for your insights into what might happen during and after the U.S. election. How might U.S. foreign policy and defense policy change if Donald Trump were to return to the White House?
So if President Trump returns to the White House, I think you'll see a global perception of a stronger America. Now, the Biden administration's foreign policies, the actual policies, are generally speaking thoughtful. But to be blunt, America does not exude credibility or strength in its actions around the world today. Our positioning does not match the thoughtfulness of our policies. That's a very difficult place to be in a world which has the geopolitical cross currents that we spoke about earlier. And it means that those who are willing to push to see how far you can push America are willing to push harder than we want to see happening. And I think that anybody who knows President Trump knows that is not somebody you just push to see what's going to happen. That's the wrong strategy with President Trump. And so I believe that President Trump will have very good people in foreign policy and in the Department of Defense, but I think he will exude a level of strength that will help to stabilize the world in this very, very trying times.
There has been flagging support for aid to Ukraine in the Republican Party. Would Donald Trump abandon Ukraine?
No, he will not.
You're certain of that?
Well, this goes back to my earlier statement. You could never be certain about President Trump, and that's part of the reason that he is more intimidating to our adversaries. You never know exactly what the response is going to be. But knowing a number of people that he's close to and having actually brought this topic up, I think that President Trump feels he can find an off-ramp towards peace by reaching across to Putin and to the Ukrainian leadership. I believe he knows it's important to American interests that we do not abandon the Ukrainian people at this very difficult moment, and that we keep Russia's territorial ambitions in check. And a strong pushback against Putin will be part of the equation, if need be, to secure the peace in Ukraine.
What do you think he'll do with economic policy?
That's difficult to know. So neither administration gives me comfort in terms of a willingness to reduce federal spending. But I have no doubt that a Trump administration would be far less oriented towards regulatory overreach and far more thoughtful about the role of the U.S. government in the day-to-day U.S. economy. You know, one of the reasons that American voters are so unhappy right now is inflation is out of control. And inflation is out of control because of the expansive government under the Biden administration, the rate of spending, and the degree of intervention in the economy. It's causing energy prices to be higher. It's causing the cost of manufacturing to be higher. It's impacting every part of the economy in a way that the American voters are frustrated about. President Biden doesn't understand you need to break the back of inflation to give people the sense of economic security.
We have talked in the past about America's tendency, shall we say, to spend more money than it generates in tax revenue. And you have warned, Ken, of some catastrophic consequences if deficit spending isn't brought under control. What is the catalyst for an American debt crisis going to be?
So I don't know what that moment will be when there's an auction that goes awry or when the markets become dislocated. Financial markets, generally speaking, work very well until they catastrophically come off the rails. You don't necessarily get a lot of warning that there's about to be a big event. The crash of '87 is a great case study. You know, that day I woke up, I was in my dorm room trading then, and the stories of the day were about a small skirmish in the Middle East of frankly no consequence, and the health of First Lady Nancy Reagan. And yet we ended that day with the stock market down 20-some% and a number of American financial institutions literally on life support or near death. Happened in one day. One day. There was no big story that morning that would make you think that that day might have been the end of the U.S. capital markets as we knew them. There was no warning. And so I worry that the debt crisis may have a similar construct, that there'll simply be a day where a major auction fails, and then you see a panic start to brew in the Treasury market. And the question will be how fast will the Fed intervene? What panic will that induce? Because government intervention under duress often just creates more panic. And then do we see a flood of treasuries coming back into the market from holders around the world?
It's a frightening prospect.
It is.
Back to politics for a moment. You've been a prominent donor, I would say, to Republican candidates. I'd like to know, how are you going to spend your money? How are you already spending your money ahead of the election in November?
So I have been a significant supporter of Republicans that stand for personal freedom, national security, and economic soundness in the United States. That has been a big focus of mine in this primary election, or this primary cycle. I want to see people in the House and in the Senate that represent the best of American values and backgrounds that prepare one to serve in public service. In the last election cycle, I supported a number of people who were veterans and who are now serving our country in the House, and they do it with the pride that our country deserves, and they do it with the integrity that our country needs. So I've been very focused on finding candidates who I think represent the best of American values to be part of the future of the Republican Party.
People probably want to know, have you donated to Donald Trump's campaign, either directly or indirectly, to a PAC or a super PAC?
I have not.
Will you?
I'm going to wait to see who he picks as his VP candidate.
Is there anyone whom you'd like to see him pick as his VP candidate?
I don't, this is again like poking the bear. Not sure which way my recommendation goes in terms of helping that person's prospects.
I think that's a wise position to take. Before we finish, Ken, this region is blessed with resource wealth and, as a result, sovereign wealth. So much so that pretty much every major asset manager in the West sees the Gulf as something of a honeypot and is trying to raise money here. As someone who isn't raising money here, how would you advise the sovereign wealth funds in the Gulf region to maximize their negotiating leverage?
So either I'm going to be excommunicated from this circle of my fellow money managers, or never invited to come back to the Middle East again. Is that the position you're putting me in? So look, here's what I think is important to think about. I think alignment between the interests of the money manager and the sovereign wealth fund are very important. And I think it's more important to have your money entrusted with a firm that is going to act continuously in your best interest as an investor than it is to try to pick somebody who simply has the lowest fees or some other superficial demarcation of being open and transparent. I mean, let's be clear. Your money managers who have really important intellectual property aren't going to be unduly transparent. They're trying to protect their very intellectual property that they'll share the benefits with the client. Simply put, Coca-Cola doesn't publish its recipe on the web. So I think it's very important when you find a money manager, you're really asking, what's their competitive advantage? What's their culture? How aligned are they with me? And in the good moments and the bad moments, are they going to put themselves in the shoes of their clients and make the right decision by their clients? At Citadel, I take great pride that almost over 20% of the capital in our hedge funds is the capital of the partners and the team members at Citadel. We wake up every single day as co-investors with our capital providers. And I think that symbolizes what I would think about looking for if I were a member of the sovereign wealth community here in the Middle East.
One last thing. Among the many distinctive qualities that Citadel is...
Just by the way, when you're going to go pick a brain surgeon, do you find the doctor with the lowest fee?
That's not what I would do, no.
Right? So you want to find somebody who actually has pricing power because other people perceive them to be good.
It says something, yes.
There's something to be said for that.
I was just going to say, because I think it would certainly interest people in this room and elsewhere in this part of the world, one of the things that Citadel is known for is how seriously you and your colleagues take the search for extraordinary talent. A number of investment firms have opened offices in this part of the world, whether it's in Doha, whether it's in Abu Dhabi, in Dubai, for example, or Riyadh. Have you thought about expanding here?
Well, we actually just recently did an analysis of our competitors' footprints in a number of these cities as we try to think about what is our strategy here in the Middle East. And you landed on the right issue. It's about talent. And when we think about our Middle East strategy, we're going to think about where are we going to draw the greatest amount of talent, both from the domestic country and from the international community. Too often, countries try to attract talent by having very attractive tax attributes. That tends to draw in a handful of senior PMs, but doesn't draw in the analysts and the associates who do the day-to-day work that's required to be successful in the markets. You know, one of the reasons that I think Citadel has been so successful is the intense collaboration that we have within our four walls. A PM working side by side with an analyst, with an associate, working through a problem. Having a PM located in a low-tax jurisdiction on Zoom intermittently with a team back in London, that's not a winning formula. So when we think about where we're going to be in the Middle East in terms of our footprint for human capital, it's going to be about a holistic solution where we've got people who are in the region integrated tightly with PMs who are here. The whole team is here and successful as a team.
It explains a lot. Ken, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking Ken Griffin.
Thank you.
We've come to the end of today's sessions. Of course, I want to thank all the speakers for sharing their valuable insights and contributions throughout the day, and thank you all for being such an engaged audience. We'd also like to thank our official partners, the Ministry of Commerce and Industry of the State of Qatar and Media City Qatar, our innovation sponsor, Qatar Research Development and Innovation Council, our premise sponsors, Qatar Investment Authority and QNB. And thank you to all our other sponsors for making this forum possible.
And don't forget, tomorrow's sessions will begin at 10 a.m. in the morning with additional breakout briefings in the Fairmont Hotel, just like today. We now ask that you please exit the ballroom and move to the networking area. Thanks again for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
Over duct floor mix. There now follows 20 seconds of 1K lineup tone at broadcast level. This is the English Broadcast TX BTV studio feed. Audio channel 1, mono floor mix. There now follows 20 seconds of 1K line-up tone at broadcast level. Audio channel 2, mono English simultaneous translation over duct floor mix. There now follows 20 seconds of 1K line-up tone at broadcast level. This is the English Broadcast TX BTV studio feed. Audio channel 1, mono floor mix. There now follows 20 seconds of 1K line-up tone at broadcast level. Audio channel 2, mono English simultaneous translation over duct floor mix. There now follows 20 seconds of 1K line-up tone at broadcast level. This is the English Broadcast TX